In the center of the intersecting 10,000 worlds was a large circular palace. In the center of the intersecting 10,000 worlds was a large circular palace. 10 figures stood at different seats. These were the 10 strongest worlds of the entire myriad realms. Of course, the highest realm. Even if they were extremely strong, they could only be subservient to the noble world. Everyone, the war for the god of boundary is about to begin. Now, the forces of the 10,000 realms have arrived. At the very top, a blurry figure could be seen, surrounded by countless strands of violet chi. His voice was extremely casual, but it had a supreme quality to it. Thus, no one dared to be disobedient. He was the god of boundary of the noble world, the state of Zhou. Honorable Zhou, isn't it a little early to open it now? Many of the world's god of boundaries have not even arrived, they have only sent some trash here to make up to their numbers. If he were to open it now, doesn't it mean that there's no way to differentiate between the true powers? Immediately, an old man spoke up. Zun Wang sneered. Not a word. However, it was this laughter that made the atmosphere in the hall turn incomparably cold. Even the expressions of the other 10 changed. Immediately, the old man was rendered speechless. The atmosphere also became extremely strange. Anyone could hear the warning in this sneer. You say that we shouldn't open it now? The old devil looked at the old man and asked softly. The old man stared in shock. He was just about to raise his head, when he suddenly took a step back. No, this old one did not mean that. The old man's face was deathly pale as he knelt down. Moreover, even the way she addressed him had changed. This was his name. However, it was a form of respect. What about you? Does anyone have any objections? The king's gaze pierced through the endless dense purple chi as if it would pierce into their souls, causing their expressions to become extremely tense at this moment. Haha, it doesn't matter what you say. That's right, after all, the god of boundary from those worlds can't escape the power of attraction. As long as we set up a list, they can't escape even if they wanted to. You're right, that's how they used to come. There won't be any accidents this time. Everyone began to speak up, but no one dared to remain silent. In front of the emperor, he was like a pug kneeling and licking. This is for the best. Zun Zhou answered in a satisfied tone. He felt extremely comfortable in his heart when he saw this scene. This was because he was the god of boundary of the noble world, and the noble world was the head of all worlds. Therefore, he needed absolute control. And now, the reaction of the crowd just so happened to be proof of his absolute rule. In that case, you can go back. This time, all the god of boundary of the myriad realms will be here. Remember, I'm not telling you. I'm ordering you, Honorable Zhou said. But now, the god of boundary of the 10th world did not dare to refute him at all. But just at that moment, one of the 10 people suddenly raised his head. His aura exploded and endless killing intent leaked out. Zun Wang's expression turned cold. Just as he was about to erupt in rage, he saw the man clasping his hands together and saying, Master Evil, there has been a riot in our 10,000 beast world. I wonder which world this reckless creature comes out from, and actually openly defies the laws of the boundless universe. I'm afraid I have to go first. The person who spoke was no one else but the god of boundary of the 10,000 beast world. It was then that the expression on the face of the emperor eased up slightly. Someone is resisting the eternal law? Interesting. This sort of thing had never happened in countless years. After civilization, there has never been anyone who has remained so arrogant. Coincidentally, go and suppress this person. Real Face would like to see if there's anything special about him. Honorable Zhou said. I will definitely not disappoint the king. The 10,000 beast god of boundary said, and with a flash, he left the hall. The scene turned back to the myriad beast world. In the sky, a monstrous hand instantly condensed, directly lifting up the world's laws. Ha ha ha, you truly overestimate yourself. You want to fight against the rules? Who do you think you are? To go against the laws of the 10,000 worlds? Do you think you can compare with the 13 kings of the past? They can't even go against the rules of the world. Do you think you can overturn the heavens? The Wanshou young master was disapproving, completely disdainful. Looking down at Long Fei, his face was extremely sinister. Below, the people of the 10,000 worlds also looked at Long Fei with amusement. In their eyes, Long Fei was simply courting death. He actually wanted to rely on himself to resist the eternal law. This was something that was impossible to do. Truly ignorant. He doesn't know how high the heavens are and how deep the earth is. What is that thing? This is the stupidest thing I've ever seen. He actually used his body and supernatural powers to attack the world's laws, and also the laws of 10,000 worlds. What an idiot. Just watch. I have a feeling that he will be crushed into pieces by the laws of this world. Sounds of mockery and ridicule rang out one after another. They all treated Long Fei as an idiot. Jiang Chuanxiu's face was also filled with anxiety. Looking at the struggling Long Fei, his heart burned with anxiety. What should we do? Why would we trigger the rules of the world? How can a single person face this kind of power? Even the man from the Great Sun realm couldn't resist it at all. This won't do. Milord, nothing must happen to you. Otherwise, I won't be able to keep my life. Jiang Chuanxiu's eyes were filled with panic. Right at this moment, a loud explosion sounded in the sky and immediately attracted the attention of the crowd. In the middle of the air, that pair of gigantic hands suddenly shattered. However, Long Fei's figure also directly soared into the sky at this time. The power of the natural laws of all worlds was instantly crushed by the giant hand, disappearing without a trace. Long Fei was already drenched in blood. It was difficult for him to withstand the suppression of the laws of an entire world. The edicts of 10,000 worlds? That's nothing. I've long since said that before my laws, the laws of 10,000 worlds will no longer exist. Long Fei's voice fell from the sky. It was incomparably cold. In that instant, the entire 10,000 beast world was enveloped in a thick killing intent. It was as if he was an unforgivable existence in the void. And the center of this killing intent was Long Fei. Instantly, the entire world was thrown into chaos. The laws of this all-world have shattered? Heavens! How is this possible? He broke through the laws of 10,000 worlds with his own strength. How is this possible? Is he a god? How can a single person's power be so strong? These people were completely flustered. Previously, they were even absolutely certain that Long Fei would definitely not succeed, and the final result would definitely be him being suppressed. But now, he had been slapped hard by reality. Not only was Long Fei safe and sound, he had also broke all the rules of this 10,000 world. No, I don't believe you. How could you possibly break the rules of 10,000 worlds? I don't believe it, I don't believe it. The young master of the 10,000 beast world crazily shook his head, panicking. This time, he was truly terrified. However, Long Fei actually lowered his head at this moment, playing around. Now, tell me, who is the idiot? The void was silent. The void was silent. Only Long Fei's voice reverberated in the space above. Who is an idiot? At this moment, the people from the myriad realms were all slapped in the face by Long Fei. All of them stood in the air like defeated roosters, constantly trembling and constantly averting their gaze. In their mouths, they described Long Fei as an idiot. But now, it turned out that they were the ones who were truly ignorant. And at this time, Long Fei couldn't be bothered to pay attention to them at all. He directly turned around and looked at the 10,000 beast world's young master. Now, if I want to kill you, who can save you? Long Fei said coldly. Now, Long Fei's killing intent directly raged towards the 10,000 beast world's young master. It had also burst to the limit. Don't! You can't kill me! The laws of the 10,000 realms have been triggered. My father definitely already knows. There's still time for you to leave. If you dare hurt me, you're dead. The young lord of the 10,000 beast world said. Even now, he was still as arrogant as before. Long Fei was startled. He felt that this man was truly lacking in intelligence. Now that the 10,000 worlds rules could not restrain him, would he still be afraid of the 10,000 beast worlds god of boundary? Is god of boundary that awesome? It's like who's not a god of boundary. It's all god of boundary, who's afraid of who? Therefore, Long Fei simply did not care about the 10,000 beast worlds young master's threat. Let alone the fact that the 10,000 beast worlds god of boundary was not here, even if it was really right in front of his eyes, Long Fei should still kill him. Lord, don't be rash, this person is not lying. The 10,000 beast world, under the control of the god of boundary, I'm afraid the rules of the 10,000 world are about to come. Jiang Chunqiu also said. At this moment, Jiang Chunqiu's face was full of excitement. Their eyes were all squeezed together. Nothing else, it was just because Long Fei was too powerful. It was a complete miracle. To the best of his knowledge, in all these years, there had never been a single person capable of resisting the laws of the world. But Long Fei, not only did he block the power of the rules, he even suppressed them. The first person. And he just so happened to fawn on her again. What could be more exciting than this? Therefore, he didn't want Long Fei to take the risk even more right now. He didn't want Long Fei and the 10,000 beast worlds god of boundary to face it so early. Alright then, it has nothing to do with me. Worst comes to worst, just a fight. Long Fei said. Not at all. Jiang Chunqiu, Jiang Chunqiu's heartbeat immediately sped up as he looked at the indifferent Long Fei. He really wanted to slap himself in the face. They were afraid that they wouldn't hear what Long Fei was saying clearly. But Long Fei, on the other hand, didn't care at all. He took a step forward and directly stood in front of the 10,000 beast world's young master. Pow! A slap flew over. Arrogant. Acting cool. Are you King pretending again? Heaven Lady Scattered Flower, right? The young lord of the 10,000 beast world, right? You want to kill Laozi and go to the 10,000 worlds to act cool, right? Long Fei asked again, and every time he asked a question, he would cover it with his palm. In just a few breaths of time, the 10,000 beast world's young master was beaten into a pig's head by Long Fei. I'm going to kill you, the young lord of the 10,000 beast world viciously said. The hatred was monstrous. Kill me, why don't you do it? However, Long Fei sneered and kicked him. He directly kicked the 10,000 beast world's young master down from the void. Immediately afterwards, Long Fei's figure flew downwards, once again arriving in front of the 10,000 beast world's young master. Now, who do you think can save you? Long Fei asked. His eyes turned cold. The Chaos War sword immediately moved, enveloping the 10,000 beast sector lord's neck. As long as he used a little strength, he could cut open his arteries and use his blade to behead the sector lord. At this moment, the 10,000 beast world's young master was finally afraid. His swollen face, which could no longer clearly see his facial features, finally revealed a terrified expression. At this moment, he finally understood. Long Fei not only dared to kill him. Moreover, he wasn't afraid of his father at all. No, I beg you, don't kill me. I can allow the ancient world to rise above the rest of the myriad realms and become a super-powerful existence that is second only to my 10,000 beasts world. Moreover, I can also split out a part of the world to become the ancient world's slave world. As long as you don't kill me, I'll give you whatever you want. The young lord of the 10,000 beast world opened his mouth to beg for mercy. Without any shame, he tightly grabbed Long Fei's arm. He was just a step away from kneeling down. Begging for mercy? Haha, tsk. I thought the young master of the 10,000 beast world was awesome. So even you're afraid of death. But sadly, if I want to kill you, it has nothing to do with whether you're afraid or not. Long Fei said indifferently, his gaze like sword beams, as though he had fused with the sword in his hand. So, go die. Long Fei's voice changed, the sword in his hand, directly pushed forward. However, at this moment, an incomparably surging killing intent directly descended through the boundless void. Boom! Rumble! The 30,000-meter region around them was ripped open, and a single palm slashed through the endless void. This wave of power had directly attacked Long Fei, seemingly wanting to kill him with a single palm strike. Suddenly, Long Fei reacted, and immediately took a step back. "You dog, you want to kill my son?" Outside of the void, a voice sounded out with incomparable rage. "Father, you've finally come. Ah, Father, you have to kill him. I want him to live a life worse than death." Immediately, the young lord of the 10,000 beast world went crazy once again. Below, the atmosphere was boiling once again. Lord God of Boundary is here. This time, this brat is dead for sure. He actually dares to humiliate us like this. A declining world, a world that was excluded from the 10,000 worlds after civilization. How dare you act so arrogantly in front of us? You must die. Master God of Boundary, kill him. The people of the 10,000 worlds were as arrogant as if a dog had found its master. At this time, Long Fei's gaze also fell on the empty space. A figure had already descended. The aura emanating from his body was incomparably formidable. At least, in Long Fei's senses, it was on par with the Emperor Xian back then. It was even a little stronger than the Emperor Xian. More importantly, the light on the head of the 10,000 beast god of Boundary. He was simply blind. F***CK boss. Big boss. Long Fei's heart was in turmoil as he continuously shouted out. At this moment, a boundless desire was born in his heart. What 10,000 beast worlds god of Boundary, the young master of the 10,000 beast world. It was all just clouds. Boss, the true meaning of eternity. Bastard, you're the one that dares to go against the laws of the myriad worlds? Furthermore, you've even made my 10,000 beast world into such a state. You still want to kill my son? This king asks you, who was it that gave you the courage? The 10,000 beast world's god of Boundary continued to speak, its eyes filled with killing intent. But what he did not know was that, at this moment, Long Fei did not take these words to heart at all. In his mind, there was only one thought. The boss had dropped it. Father, stop talking nonsense, this man is from the ancient world. After civilization, no one from the ancient world has ever come here. There must be something extraordinary hidden within his body. If we kill him, we might learn about the secret of the forbidden land of 10,000 worlds. The young master of the 10,000 beast world suddenly said, as he looked at Long Fei with incomparable hatred. Good, now that he's been arrogant for so long, it's time to suppress him. I'll let the myriad beast world know that my world is the true ruler. God of Boundary's eyes lit up, especially after hearing the words ancient world. His eyes shone brightly without batting an eyelid. It was also at this time that Long Fei spoke out of the blue. Are you done? A boss dares to look down on me? Don't waste your time. Today I will kill you. Long Fei never had any resistance towards bosses. Long Fei never had any resistance towards bosses. It was simply the type of 100% temptation to not move at all. In the history of the game, from the moment Long Fei obtained the system, he went all out. Unless they met someone who was on a completely different level than them and had no choice but to retreat. However, the final result was still the same, each one of them could escape Long Fei's grasp. But now it was different. Although the 10,000 beast god of Boundary was formidable, it ruled over all realms. But don't forget, Long Fei was also not the same as before. Furthermore, up till now, Long Fei had not even used his own methods. Most of them relied on their powerful physical bodies to suppress others. Therefore, when facing the 10,000 beast god of boundary, Long Fei was not the least bit afraid, only excited. Explode me, brat, I'm afraid you're too arrogant. Do you think this king is these trash? Do you think you have the ability to be arrogant in front of this king? What a joke. The 10,000 beast god of boundary's face turned cold. Arrogance requires strength. You'll only know if you have the ability or not after you fight. Long Fei said. As he spoke, endless blood aura started to surge from Long Fei's body. A vortex of primordial chaos was instantly formed. Streams of the wild beast blood that had filled the air was swept in, whistling through the air like tornadoes. Long Fei's figure leaped up, and directly stood at the center of the whirlpool. In addition, all the pores on his body opened up at this moment, devouring the endless blood energy. Instantly, all his injuries began to heal at a speed visible to the naked eye. In just the blink of an eye, the injuries Long Fei had suffered while resisting the power of the laws of the world, healed as good as new. His entire body also returned to his peak state. This was the true, heaven-defying aspect of the chaos vortex. Furthermore, Long Fei had previously refined the endless blood pool left behind by the Lord of Primal Chaos, causing a miraculous connection between his physical strength and the chaotic whirlpool. Once the chaos vortex was unleashed, the monstrous amounts of blood energy immediately began to purify, absorbing the essence within and refining the body. Actually recovered? The expression on the face of the 10,000 beast god of boundary also changed. But at the same time there was more light in his eyes. It kept flashing. It was as if Long Fei was a living treasure that contained countless secrets, waiting for him to unearth them. But what can I do after recovering? Do you think you're so awesome just because you've resisted the rule that no one is controlling? Too naive. Now that this king has returned, you are destined to be a tragedy. The 10,000 beast god of boundary said, its eyes filled with arrogance. They simply did not place Long Fei in their eyes. Since ancient times, no one has ever been able to resist this king's rule. Not in the past and not now. Myriad Tao rules fuse. Instantly, the 10,000 beast god of boundary moved. His body was filled with the 10,000 natural laws as he soared into the sky. Instantly, a boundless pressure filled the entire space, incomparably vast. Shwa shwa shwa. In that instant, the power of the laws reassembled in the air. And this time, it was even more violent than before. Ha ha ha, kid, let's see how you're going to act so arrogant this time. Aren't you going to kill me? Come on. You dog, so what if your ancient world? In front of this young master, it's just a pile of shit. The 10,000 beast world's young master once again had an incomparably arrogant expression. This time, he was truly confident. At this time, his body had already left the battlefield and appeared behind the 10,000 beast god of boundary. She looked at Long Fei with an arrogant face, as if she was looking at a dead man. That was because in front of him was his father. For millions of years, he had not been able to survive his father's wrath. This time, it was the same for Long Fei. Furthermore, the 10,000 beast god of boundary was extremely cooperative at the moment. His incomparably cold face was filled with the desire to kill. Ha ha ha, what do you think, little bastard? You are arrogant in front of this king's rules, aren't you? Show me another one? Trash. The 10,000 beast god of boundary was extremely arrogant, controlling all tens of thousands of rules, looking down from above. At this moment, every single law finally displayed its most violent power. Each of these laws contained a different kind of power. The edicts of all world, the power of 10,000 worlds. The power of laws from before was on a completely different level compared to this. Long Fei also did not feel very well at the moment. Even with the primal chaos vortex, he could still feel that his flesh and blood was about to explode. Rumble. It was at this time that the power of tens of thousands of laws rumbled down. Boom! The earth began to crack and the void began to collapse. Even the people from the myriad realms would turn into dust under this kind of power. No, 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 Master God of Boundary, we are your subordinates. Don't want me to kill me. I'm innocent. I'm one of you. Master God of Boundary, the one you want to kill is this brat, no? The people from the myriad realms screamed. Under the suppression of this power of laws, they weren't able to resist at all. It directly turned into a bloody mist. Long Fei's gaze wavered, and all of a sudden, he struck out with the mortal life great palm, sending Jiang Chuanxiu flying into the air with a single slap. This was because such power wasn't something that Jiang Chunqiu could face. Damn it, luckily it is already the God of Boundary, and the great hand seal of the mortal life can be unleashed indefinitely. Otherwise, if I were to use this move, I would be dead by half a level. As Long Fei thought about this, his gaze fixed on the mortal life great palm, and he attacked again. Boom! The will of the world erupted forth. He broke through the void. In the blink of an eye, numerous pairs of shadows formed in the air, clashing head-on against the power of 10,000 natural laws. At this time, Long Fei's eyes were also filled with shock. This kind of power had never happened before when he was fighting against the mortal life great palm. This was not all, but more importantly, these figures were actually from the ancient world. Most of them were Mu clan disciples. There were also a few other cultivators. It was as if his spirit was branded upon them. Instantly, a hint of excitement appeared in Long Fei's heart. He finally understood. No wonder the mortal life great palm can only be unleashed indefinitely after it has become a god of boundary. Because this common life is precisely the common life of the ancient world. You have the laws of 10,000 worlds, and I have the laws of this world. Break! Long Fei's fighting spirit was high. At this time, the system's voice suddenly appeared in his mind. Ding, discovered can fuse power, the great seal of the mortal life. Ding, power of laws starting to devour. The system's notification sound kept ringing, and Long Fei was also stunned for a moment. Devour natural law. These words were too shocking. Just as he was thinking of how to break the rules of the 10,000 beast god of boundary, he never thought that the great hand seal of the mortal life would actually engulf him directly. System, are you a demon? No, you are a god. You can even swallow the power of laws. Do you have to be so awesome? Long Fei was extremely excited as he looked towards the sky. The endless power of laws began to dissipate. The endless power of laws began to dissipate. Under the waves of will of the living beings, the energies dissipated into the air without any surprise. As the power of the laws was devoured, Long Fei could clearly feel it. The mortal life great palm had changed. Boom! In an instant, an aura burst forth from the life seal. A violent comparison. Rays of light shot into the heavens, smashing through the 10,000 natural laws. In that instant, the expression on the 10,000 beast god of boundary changed. Devouring laws? The 10,000 beast god of boundary snorted coldly, its expression sinister. He also looked at Long Fei with a little more caution. He had never seen or thought of this power before. How is this possible, even devouring natural law? Even the 10,000 beast god of boundary was dumbfounded. As it stared blankly at the scene before its eyes, it even forgot to take action. From civilization onwards, the rules were supreme and were created by the myriad world. There was simply no existence that could be tainted by them. As soon as the natural law appeared, it crushed down. But now, one could see with the naked eye that the power of 10,000 laws he was using was dwindling non-stop. No, I can't wait any longer. This kid is very strange, I have to kill him. It was the first time for the 10,000 beast god of boundary to panic in its heart. Threads of killing intent appeared in his eyes. But at this time, the young lord of the 10,000 beast world suddenly spoke. Father, what are you waiting for? As long as you act, you can suppress trash like him. I must kill him. I have never seen him act so arrogantly in front of me. You still dare to slap my face? I'll definitely let you know what it means to have a life worse than death. The young lord of the 10,000 beast world coldly said, constantly urging Lin Ming on. Pow! But what welcomed him was a slap on the face of the 10,000 beast god of boundary. Father! The 10,000 beast world's young master was stunned. He didn't know which segment had the problem, and his eyes were filled with grievance. Bastard, you know my ass! How can you provoke such an existence? Scram back! The 10,000 beast god of boundary snorted coldly. At this time, he had to get serious. Long Fei's methods were too strange, and gave him a strange feeling. Thus, he absolutely could not allow his son to stay here, lest some accident occurred. With his cultivation, he simply could not perceive the changes in the power of the laws at all, and it was even more impossible for him to believe that the power of the laws had been devoured by Long Fei's power. However, even in the face of the icy cold 10,000 beast god of boundary, he still retreated a distance. Below, the corner of Long Fei's mouth curved into a smile. Extremely cold. Go! Can you leave? Long Fei said indifferently, after which his gaze focused and the Chaos Battle Sword appeared in his hand. Instantly, he soared into the skies. Boom! As the sword thrust out, the tens of thousands of natural laws were once again shattered and split into countless pieces. Crash! The power of the laws turned into rootless duckweed and was devoured by the hand seal. Is that your 10,000 worlds rules? Not really, Long Fei said, as he looked straight at the 10,000 beast god of boundary. He didn't care at all. The face of the 10,000 beast god of boundary darkened. It's only cut down a few rules, so why are you so arrogant? Don't worry, this king will let you know what the rules are. According to the rules, everything is fleeting. With that, the 10,000 beast god of boundary turned and pressed down with both hands. Boom! All of a sudden, the power of tens of thousands of natural laws erupted out. Rumble! In that instant, the remaining power of laws began to melt on its own. And then, all of them began to devour each other. 1,000 to 1,000, 1,000 to 1,000. In the end, there was only the power of laws left. However, at this moment, the power of laws had transformed into a long sword that hovered in the air. The eyes of the god of boundary of 10,000 beasts were ice-cold. With a move of its body, it grabbed the longsword in its hand. A trash world like you can swallow it? What about now? You want to devour one more? The 10,000 beast god of boundary shouted coldly. Swish! The sword slashed down. Rumble! Wherever the sword light went, it would be suppressed. Everything was annihilated. In an instant, Long Fei's scalp went numb. Facing this sword strike, he felt his entire body involuntarily send out a signal of danger. It was just like how, if he couldn't dodge, he might die. Motherf *Ker, this is the first boss of the entire 10,000 world, and it's that hard to deal with? Long Fei did not dare to be negligent. He had thought that the system would make its move and swallow up the rules, making it easy for him to destroy the 10,000 beast god of boundary. But who would have thought it wasn't as simple as he thought? Swish! But now, the power of this sword of law had arrived, so Long Fei couldn't afford to think too much about it. Great hand seal of the mortal life, suppress me! He let out a heavy shout. Long Fei once again executed the great hand seal of the mortal life. Instantly, a pair of large hands raised up into the air, wanting to grasp the laws within their hands. Rumble! But right at this moment, in the hands of the 10,000 beast god of boundary, a cold light flashed between the natural laws, and the endless power of the laws instantly went berserk. The sword beam pierced through the hand seal. Boom! The void exploded. A giant mushroom cloud appeared, bursting forth with devastating damage. Boom! Under this power, Long Fei's body was immediately sent flying backwards. Rumble! The three frontliners who had faces that stretched tens of thousands of kilometers were immediately smashed apart by Long Fei, almost falling into the endless abyss. At this time, the power of the great hand seal of the entire mortal life was also dispersed by this sword strike. The center of the palm was pierced, and all 4 fingers were cut off. The boundless life force also disappeared without a trace. Haha, come and devour. You reckless fool. At first, this god of boundary thought that it was awesome for it to actually swallow the rules. But now, it seems like it can only swallow some of the rules in this trash world. However, so what? It's useless. In front of this king, you are nothing but dregs. The 10,000 beast god of boundary laughed coldly. The heaviness on his face dissipated. If strength could be said to have caused him to be cautious before this, then after this strike, he would no longer see Long Fei's strength as anything at all. Haha, father, don't rush to kill him. He actually dared to act cool in front of me just now. This time, let's see how I'll toy with him to death. To dare act so arrogantly in front of this young master, I must not let this matter rest. At this time, the young lord of the 10,000 beast world also jumped out, incomparably excited. The corners of his mouth curled up in a sinister smile. Haha, good. This boy is out of date. His power has already been erased by me. Killing him is as easy as flipping my hand. Your father will watch your performance next. The 10,000 beast god of boundary had an excited expression. Towards Long Fei there was no fear at all. Fine. Father, watch carefully. Hee, the people from ancient world, I'm so scared. You actually dare to act tough in front of me, I shall see how you die this time. The young master of the 10,000 beast world laughed as he walked towards Long Fei, step by step, but at this time, Long Fei immediately turned silent. He stared at the young lord of the 10,000 beast world with a sinister look in his eyes. What? You dare to glare at your father? Bastard, later on, I will dig out your eyes and let the people of 10,000 worlds know the consequences of offending my 10,000 beasts world. Die for me. In the blink of an eye, the 10,000 beast world's young master launched an attack. His palm descended with incomparable savagery. But at this time, Long Fei still did not make a single move. It was just that when the 10,000 beast world's young master approached him, the corner of Long Fei's mouth twitched. With a cold smile, he said, I am only here to see how foolish you are. Why are you in such a hurry to die? I'm afraid that if you go too late, there will be no path for you to reincarnate? His voice was cold, and every word was laced with killing intent. His voice was cold, and every word was laced with killing intent. At this moment, the 10,000 beast sector lord's face was suddenly filled with panic. Not good. Son, come back quickly. This kid is fine. The myriad beast sector lord shouted and slashed out again. However, it was already too late. As for the 10,000 beast world's young master, he was still yearning for the illusion of humiliating Long Fei, so he simply didn't have time to react. His vision changed instantly. Tempest of the dark night. The endless darkness was instantly swallowed up by the void. Soon after, a pair of large hands erupted from the darkness and grasped the body of the 10,000 beast world's young master in their hands. Power of laws? Do you think Lousy doesn't know how to? Your rules are awesome. So what if it is compared to the power of the noble world? Trash with a fighting strength of 1. Long Fei said coldly and continued to attack. No! At this time, the myriad beast sector lord roared. The instant that Long Fei made a move, he already felt the power of 3 types of law. And it was an incomparably strong power of law. Don't let my son go, I can consider letting you go. Otherwise, there won't be a place for you even in the myriad realms. Wan Shou Street Network said in a flustered manner. But to Long Fei it was just a joke. Threats? Non-existent. Impossible. This time, Long Fei used all of his firepower, not holding anything back. He had even used the power of the laws of the heavens. If he didn't have the strength of a new boss, why would he let him go? How is this possible? In a split second, Long Fei attacked once again. He pointed out his finger. Boom. Asterisk without any resistance. He directly tore apart the 10,000 Beast World's young master's head with a single finger. Boom. Asterisk in an instant, the pair of large hands that held the 10,000 Beast World's young master fiercely crushed his body. Under the darkness of night, the tempest directly strangled his soul. One wave rush. His movements were as fierce as a tiger, and he directly killed the 10,000 Beast World's young master. Even to the point of death, the 10,000 Beast World's young master still hadn't reacted. He was still immersed in his fantasy dream, and was still thinking about how to humiliate Long Fei. As such, Long Fei's expression did not change, as though he was facing 1,000 beasts god of boundary. Dead. You. Ah, damn, you actually killed my son. I want your life. The 10,000 Beast Sector Lord was enraged. Even though at his level, they had already long since lost sight of their kinship. After all, not everyone was as loyal as Long Fei. The higher one's cultivation, the less they cared about these things. But after all, this was his 10,000 Beast World's legacy, the young master of the 10,000 Beast World. Therefore, in this instant, the 10,000 Beast God of Boundary went berserk, exploding with endless killing intent. So what if I killed him? What can I do? Moreover, there is one thing that you might be overthinking. It's not that you want to kill me, it's that I'm going to kill you. Long Fei said coldly. In the blink of an eye, yet another grand hand seal of the mortal life was blasted out. Of course, this was not all. Right now, he was already a god of boundary, so other than the consumption of his holy source, there was basically nothing else when he used the mortal life Great Palm. At the same time, Long Fei was also constantly shouting in his heart, "Explode!" Now, the young master of the 10,000 Beast World had already been killed by him. Long Fei believed that he would definitely be able to give a pleasant surprise. Ding! Congratulations to player Long Fei for slaying the young master of the 10,000 Beast World. You have obtained 3 million points of experience, 3 million points of holy source value, and 1 point of striking value. The system beep appeared. However, it was completely different from what Long Fei was thinking. Damn, system, did I get it wrong? This is a young master of a super strong world. Why are you giving me so little stuff? Where's the divine equipment? Skills? What about the rules? Long Fei retorted in his heart. It was not a surprise at all, it was a shock. Disappointed. Go berserk. Long Fei immediately said, extremely dissatisfied. Now that he was facing the 10,000 beast realms, the mortal life Great Palm was no longer effective. At most, it could only block. It was impossible to kill. As for the Lord of the Primal Chaos's methods, the Emperor Xian's profound sky battle art, and the ancient set, Long Fei had not really used them yet. But if the power of the system was useless, then the power of the Emperor Xian was useless as well. Ding! Congratulations player for obtaining the source strength of 10,000 Beast World. The system beep descended. Long Fei's face instantly changed to the color of a bitter gourd. The power of a world origin stage cultivator? A single striking value gave him a sliver of power. Damn, system, are you here to scam me? Immediately, 10,000 mud horses galloped in Long Fei's heart. Extreme rage. Initially, he wanted to reveal some methods to kill the Sector Lord before his eyes. But now it seemed it was impossible. F***ck, there's no other way. We can only treat it like living horses. World Essence Force, Fusion, 5 elements Heaven Shrouding Palm. Long Fei bellowed and struck out his palm. The five-element heaven-shrouding palm was also an extremely high-level skill for Long Fei. After fusing with a single type of power, it could burst forth with the ability to kill. Against this level of boss, the energy level was too low to activate. Other than the primal chaos energy, there was nothing else. Now that he had killed the young master of the 10,000 Beasts world, he could release the power of a world origin stage martial artist to activate his ultimate ability. Boom! In an instant, the power of the five elements filled the air as a palm print descended from the sky. The 10,000 Beast god of boundary stopped in its tracks, and when it raised its head, its killing intent was dense. Such insignificant skill, with such strength, you dare to use it? Die for this king. The 10,000 Beast god of boundary directly ignored him and slashed out. Crash. Asterisk within the sword aura, the power of laws was incomparably violent. The beast shadows of the 10,000 Beast world let out monstrous roars as they directly devoured the power of the five elements. In the blink of an eye, the five elemental palm strikes were completely annihilated. No more. Long Fei was startled. He never thought that the five elements shrouding sky palm would actually be so easy to deal with when facing the 10,000 Beast realms. No, that's not right. The ultimate skill has not been activated yet. Is the power of the world origin not enough? Long Fei's heart was in a rush. The 10,000 Beast god of boundary controlled the laws of the world in its rage, so its power was not enough to kill it. Even though with his current physical body, it wasn't difficult for him to retreat. However, Long Fei was extremely unreconciled. Moreover, this time, it would attract a series of follow-up reactions. They would chase and kill him endlessly. This was what Long Fei didn't want to see the most. However, at this moment, the system's voice appeared again. Ding! The 10,000 Beast world's source energy has been consumed. The God of Boundary's edge has been unsealed and the second ability has been activated. In an instant, the God of Boundary's blade directly appeared in Long Fei's hand. Boom! Suddenly, Long Fei felt his arms sink, as if he was about to fall down. No way, can't hold it? Long Fei's eyes darkened. With a cold snort, he used a lot of strength and grabbed the God of Boundary's blade in his hand. It had to be known that the current Long Fei, who had an arm strength of more than 1,000,000 kilograms, could easily control it. However, this God of Boundary's blade made him feel somewhat powerless, which showed just how strong he was. Ha ha ha, the God of Boundary blade has been activated? Awesome! System, as expected, you are the most adorable. Long Fei's eyes focused. Holding the God of Boundary's blade, he looked at the 10,000 Beast god of Boundary. Die. Who do you think you are, wanting me to die? Berserk Dragon's Town World, behead. The skill of Wild Dragon's Suppression World, God of Boundary's blade. The skill of Wild Dragon's Suppression World, God of Boundary's blade. This kind of power was not something that Long Fei could display just because he wanted to. Too many restrictions. A skill could only be used once, unless the next level was activated. But now it was different. The source energy of the 10,000 Beast world couldn't activate the five elements heaven shrouding palm. It wasn't because its level wasn't high enough, but the level was too high. It was just like how the saying went, when it doesn't work, it doesn't work. This kind of power was something that the five elements heaven shrouding palm couldn't afford. On the contrary, he unsealed the God of Boundary's blade and activated the second layer. This way, the Raging Dragon's Town world would be able to display its might without restraint. Instantly, Long Fei madly waved the God of Boundary's blade. Whiz! Rumble! The wild dragon howled, suppressing the heavens and the earth. In the blink of an eye, an enormous dragon, hundreds of thousands of meters long, shot through the air toward Meng Hao. Dragon! The 10,000 Beast god of Boundary's face changed. The corners of its eyes were hesitating. In ancient world, the dragon race was perhaps an extremely glorious race. However, the vastness of the starry sky was negligible. Especially after being suppressed by the Xian nationality, he had disappeared into the starry sky. But what shocked Long Fei the most was that, after the 10,000 beast god of boundary had seen this wild dragon, it actually revealed a terrified expression. Scared? Would the 10,000 beast god of boundary be afraid of a dragon? Could it be because of Long Batian? Zhang Xian was taken aback. Long Fei could not help but think of Long Batian. Looks like the legends regarding Long Batian still have many unsolved mysteries. If it was only half a month of absolute perfection, how would it be possible to make the strong worlds of this planet feel fear? Long Batian. Long Fei was slightly startled in his heart. But he didn't understand it at all. The scale in the space where he was standing had shattered, but it still maintained its shape, causing him to feel gloomy. But the 10,000 beast god of boundary was the key right now. There was no time to think about Long Batian at all. And it was at this time that Long Fei's mind returned to him, and the wild laughter of 10,000 beast god of boundary came from the void. Ha ha ha, as expected, the reason you were able to walk out of ancient world is related to that dog Long Batian. There's still the 13 kings. But this is for the best. No matter what secrets you have, they will become the capital of this king. After a short period of panic, the 10,000 beast god of boundary became even more ruthless, cruel and bloodthirsty. It was as if he wanted to flay Long Fei's skin and pull his tendons out, so he could study him thoroughly. As he said that, the 10,000 beast god of boundary became even more berserk. The sword of laws danced even faster in his hand. Shwa shwa shwa. Rumble. An incomparable surge of power of laws erupted from the long sword. The dragon roared in the air, its body constantly swaying. He was going to forcefully withstand the power. Bang bang. Crack. 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 However, the moment the two powers clashed, the scales began to peel off one by one. It's just that this raging dragon's town was only Long Fei's technique. It simply did not have a physical form, and what it had lost was only Long Fei's holy source value. A piece of scales fell, and Long Fei felt the holy source value from his body being pulled out by several tens of thousands. In the blink of an eye, millions of holy source points were drawn out. This consumption, even Long Fei was speechless. Damn, this kind of consumption, would it squeeze me dry? Long Fei's heart tensed up. Previously, when he killed the Emperor Xian, it was also the wild dragon's town realm. However, it was not that troublesome. The raging dragon's town was a crazy, crushing place. But now, facing this sword of laws, even a dragon couldn't go berserk. Long Fei was a little stunned. He hadn't thought at all that the power of laws would be so strong. In the past, when he cultivated, he had devoured the power of laws. But the difference between laws and laws, with a single word, was a far cry from each other. Because the laws were the power of the existence of the world, and rules were an iron law set by the strongest. It represented an absolutely strong will. The laws of 10,000 worlds were the will of several tens of thousands of powerhouse. The power within was something that a dragon couldn't suppress. Unveil. Also at this time, the 10,000 beast god of boundary kept releasing sword attacks. The entire dragon rolled through the air in a flash, becoming more and more illusory. This won't do. The power of the raging dragon's town world is simply not a match for him. If this goes on, I'm afraid I won't be a match even if I'm sucked dry. Long Fei's heart sank and he immediately retracted his hand. Boom! In the blink of an eye, the raging dragon vanished. In the entire space, only the Ascendant's mandate was still emanating an inexhaustible pressure. Come on, continue skipping. Do you think this is still your ancient world? So what if it's the god of boundary, for a person who hasn't even touched the seat of honor? You have no idea what the rule of will is. You still dare to be arrogant? The 10,000 beast god of boundary said, filled with immense hatred. Even if he could crush Long Fei now, it would not be able to dispel the hatred in his heart. And at this moment, in the void above the 10,000 beast world, countless figures were gathered. They were all people from the 10,000 worlds. The rules of the 10,000 worlds were almost overturned. As the strongest person of the 10,000 worlds, he naturally felt touched and hurriedly sent people to investigate. These people were all from worlds below the 10,000 beasts world. Ridiculous, you actually want to overturn the rules? Hey Kuang Long, why isn't he acting crazy this time? There's no need to look. This kid is dead. Rules are rules. Is it something that can be disobeyed just by looking at trash? But dying like this is too easy of him. All the powerhouse in our world died because of him. In the future, if the people from ancient world come, we definitely cannot let them have a good time. All the powerhouse of the myriad realms gathered and looked at the 10,000 beasts god of boundary with incomparably scornful gazes. Long Fei was definitely going to die. This was their understanding. At this time, Long Fei had already withdrawn from the Raging Dragon's town. Motherf *Ker, if I don't show my power, are you sure you can do it? Long Fei's gaze turned cold. The god of boundary blade in his hand was raised again. Haha, you still dare to attack? Trash, your strength is nothing but trash before this king's rules. It's good to resist. The more this king resists, the more excited this king is. When all your tactics have been used up, this king will send you to hell and make you despair. The 10,000 beast god of boundary laughed loudly. It turned the tip of the rules in its hand and slashed at Long Fei. Rumble. This time, it was even more violent. He had already brought the power of the edicts to their limit. He was terrifyingly strong. Even the starry sky began to fall, subject to the laws of the myriad realms. In the middle of the battle was a scene of doomsday. But in Long Fei's eyes there was determination. Looking at the god of boundary's blade, he took a deep breath. Send your father to hell, you don't even have the qualifications. If the first slash doesn't work, then another. It's just the edicts of 10,000 worlds, you still want to suppress me? There's only one rule for me, and that is to kill Buddha when blocking or God when blocking. Dragon resisting the heavens, chop for me. Long Fei shouted and finally made his move. The second skill of God of Boundary Blade, Dragon resisting the heavens, beautifully appear on stage. Drawing the blade to cut the void, the dragon riding the heavens. Drawing the blade to cut the void, the dragon riding the heavens. Long Fei pulled out his blade, and it was as if a ruler descended upon the heaven and earth. With one saber in hand, heaven and earth were at peace. This dragon soaring through the 9 heavens was the second move of the god of Boundary Blade. The conditions were also very harsh, so he could only use it once. Only by removing the third power would he be able to use it for an unlimited amount of time. But right now, Long Fei was not in the mood to care about all these. Walala! At this moment, the deafening sound of a blade pierced through the void, instantly causing extreme pressure to weigh down. Silence. Only the dragon roars could be heard. It was as dull as a thunderbolt, but enough for all living beings to revere it. Boom! In the blink of an eye, a saber light covered the skies. 9 draconic shadows, shaped like blades, directly pierced through the void. Immediately after, a huge dragon emerged beneath Long Fei's feet. He directly had Long Fei's figure appear above the sky. He was like an exalted sovereign, ruling the heavens. Roar! The colossal dragon roared. At this moment, the entire space was filled with the roars of dragons. Is this thing even a dragon? How could it be like this? I feel as if my heart is filled with a sense of inferiority, and I can't help but kneel down. The 9 dragons that cover the void, this is too terrifying. How big was the void? It was hard to describe, but now the 9 dragons directly covered the entire sky. Even though it was just the skies above the 10,000 beasts world and this part of the world itself, It was enough to shock these people. Of course, the god of boundary had the most reaction. His face was filled with disbelief. At this moment, his hands could not help but tremble. In other words, the sword of laws in his hand was trembling. Crack, crack, crack. It was also at this time that cracks began to appear between the rules in the 10,000 beast god of boundary. No, that's impossible. There is absolutely no power that can rule over all. Sword of the laws, chop. Boom. The god of boundary of 10,000 beasts seemed to have gone mad. He continuously brandished the sword of laws in his hand. Boom. But at this time, the 9 huge dragons, which had connected at the end and enveloped the entire space, suddenly opened their eyes and looked towards the 10,000 beast god of boundary at the same time. Roar! The 9 dragons roared furiously. The sky shook. A furious roar pierced through the void. The 10,000 worlds people all felt like they were suffocating as their bodies were being pressured. In the end, they directly knelt down and kowtowed to Long Fei. Even the 10,000 beast god of boundary was not much better right now. The sword of laws in his hand instantly shattered, and the power of tens of thousands of laws instantly vanished into nothingness. 10,000 beast god of boundary's body was crushed by the power of 9 dragons in an instant. Puff, 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 puff. The 10,000 beast god of boundary spat out blood instantly. It looked like it didn't need money, as it spat out mouthfuls after mouthfuls of blood. Sigh. The immense pressure caused even the god of boundary divine equipment on his body to crumble. It was completely annihilated, leaving not a single trace behind. Impossible, the power of laws, my power of laws. The 10,000 beast god of boundary's expression suddenly changed, as if flames were spewing out of its eyes, and even its teeth were grinding so hard that crackling sounds could be heard. As he looked at Long Fei, a murderous intent that shot into the sky exploded out. In the air, Long Fei was constantly clicking his tongue. Damn, is he that fierce? The power of the laws of this world is gone, just like that? Does it have to be so violent? Long Fei was extremely excited. He never thought that god of boundary blade's second slash would actually be this powerful. Long Fei knew that the power of the god of boundary blade gave enough hope for this blade attack. He believed that exploding the 10,000 beast god of boundary before him would not be a problem. However, he did not expect that the power of this slash had yet to come out. He had just gotten up. The tens of thousands of rules had actually directly collapsed. Even the 10,000 beast god of boundary could not withstand it at all, and even its armor had exploded. A truly invincible strength. With this thought in mind, Long Fei no longer hesitated. Riding on the heaven-defending dragon's blade, the god of boundary in his hand turned around and slashed down. Instantly the entire world shook. Everything had disappeared, leaving only this unparalleled saber strike. It was also at this time that the 10,000 beast god of boundary suddenly let out a loud shout. No! My 10,000 beast world is a super strong world. This king is also a super powerhouse of the myriad realms. I definitely won't lose to you. There are no heavenly beasts in the 10,000 beasts world, fuse. The 10,000 beast god of boundary roared, and its body started to change unceasingly. His entire body began to swell, and even spikes of beast hair began to appear on his body. Each of them was like a gigantic tree, incomparably ferocious. Long Fei was also stunned. The change in the 10,000 beast god of boundary at this moment made him think of a person. Sky Sovereign Huwu. This method was like the second form. However, this kind of power and pressure was not something that the Sky Sovereign Huwu could compare with. This change was in the form of a wild beast, incomparably berserk. Rumble, rumble, rumble. The ferocious beast transformed from the 10,000 beasts god of boundary suddenly stood up. It stood there in the void. Haha, you bastard. This king has already merged with the power of the heavenly beasts of my 10,000 beasts world. Even the heavens will overturn it. Your strength can't injure me at all. Haha, if you dare be arrogant again, let me see? The god of boundary of 10,000 beasts turned into a beast, laughing maniacally. Amidst his maniacal laughter, he directly threw a punch towards the heavens and earth. And at this time, Long Fei's blade also loudly crashed down. Boom! The two forces collided. It instantly burst forth with boundless, resplendent light. Rumble! Explosions sounded one after another. However, right at that moment, a miserable shriek suddenly rang out. No, how could this be? How could this be? I am a corporeal body. No, no. It was the 10,000 beast god of boundary. Miserable screams sounded one after another, almost to the point of wailing. Idiot, you think the power of God of Boundary's blade is so easy? Even someone as powerful as the Emperor Xian was slashed by the God of Boundary's blade. Do you think you are immortal? 10,000 beast worlds heavenly beast? They all have to die. Long Fei said coldly. Earlier, when the 9 dragons were soaring through the sky, he was able to cut through the world with one slash. They were all just the starting moves of this dragon-resisting heavens. The true damage was dealt by this blade. No matter what you fused with, there was no one left alive. And at this moment the entire sky above suddenly rumbled. Pieces of his body, which were like mountains, fell to the ground. It was the 10,000 beast god of boundary. This time, the impact was met with a slash from Long Fei. No, don't kill me. I can give you everything I have in the 10,000 beast world. You can directly rule over 10,000 worlds. With one leap, you can become the super strong world of the place where 10,000 worlds intersect. Anything is fine as long as you let me go. The 10,000 beast god of boundary begged for mercy, as all it had left was its head. But Long Fei was completely indifferent. Begging for mercy? Did I kill your son? Long Fei said. So what? As long as I'm alive, I can have as many sons as I want. The 10,000 beast god of boundary said. All dignity. She did not care about anything else, but she kept begging Long Fei to spare his life. However, in Long Fei's opinion, he was just a clown. The things that you said, as long as I kill you, I will have plenty as well. I've said it before, 10,000 rules is my ass. My rule is to kill Buddha when blocking, or God when blocking. You are no exception. Die. Long Fei's eyes fixed, and the god of boundary in his hand suddenly smashed downwards. Ding! 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 As expected, the system beep arrived, and Long Fei's eyes were filled with faint anticipation. This was the first boss of a place where all worlds intersected. Moreover, if it wasn't for him killing the 10,000 beast world's young master and activating the second stage of the god of boundary blade's power, Long Fei didn't dare say that he would have been able to kill the boss. He even ignored the boss stats and directly attacked it. This kind of berserk method could be said to be the reason why Long Fei established himself at the place where 10,000 worlds intersected. Of course, he had to be incomparably excited. It exploded. Ding! Congratulations to player Long Fei for slaying bosses 10,000 beast god of boundary. You have received 1,500 million experience, 1,500 million holy source points, and 1 striking value. Ding! Congratulations to player on leveling up. Current level, Super Perfection level, 5 level, 100,000,000/500,000,000 experience points. Boom! The system's voice paused. Long Fei only felt a kind of power instantly floating away from his body. Instant breakthrough. With the breakthrough, all his energy was replenished in an instant. On the system interface, other than the second blade of the god of boundary, everything else was refreshed. Long Fei's heart was set, and he suppressed the excitement in his heart. Upgrade was inevitable. It was only a matter of time. However, the experience that the 10,000 beast god of boundary had brought him still made him feel a sense of fanaticism. Too empowering. A single boss cost 15 billion. In the past, he wouldn't even dare to think about such an experience. The hell, if it was an ancient world, then this experience would be enough to surge from nothing to an ancient power. Long Fei sighed in his heart. The system was still very satisfied with his generosity this time around. In a moment, Long Fei was filled with even more expectations for this berserk event. It was also at this time. Ding! Congratulations to player Long Fei for killing the 10,000 beast god of boundary. The reward is 10,000 rules. Ding! Congratulations to player Long Fei for killing the 10,000 beast god of boundary and obtaining the 10,000 world command. Ding! Congratulations to player Long Fei for defeating the 10,000 beast god of boundary and obtaining world fortune. Ding! Congratulations to player Long Fei for obtaining the 10,000 beast world's world suppression heavenly beast soul. 4 consecutive sounds resounded in Long Fei's ears. Long Fei instantly became excited. Every time he spoke, even before he looked at the attributes, he was already excited. 10,000 rules? This kind of power was something that even the raging Dragon's Town could resist. Wasn't this strength powerful? Who dares to say they aren't strong? And then there was the karmic luck of the myriad realms. It was the karmic luck of being able to instantly match up to the life and death of the myriad realms. It was truly amazing. Long Fei could not wait and immediately opened the system interface. But unfortunately, he simply did not have enough striking value yet. Striking value had just caused the young master of the 10,000 beast world to explode, so right now, he could only let it go like this. Of course, it wasn't as though there was no one left to kill. But now, the things dropped by the system had already satisfied Long Fei. There was nothing to be unsatisfied about. Furthermore, the 10,000 beast god of boundary was directly destroyed. Without any armor, even if it went berserk, it wouldn't necessarily produce anything good. Long Fei's mind stirred as he looked at the system interface. 10,000 rules. The will of the 10,000 worlds god of boundary. Fusion into a sword of laws. 10,000 worlds command. 10,000 worlds crossing with 10,000 worlds. Order, 10,000 worlds. Infinite fate. Merges within the infinite order, relates to the infinite world. If destiny collapses, the realm will be destroyed. World suppression heavenly beast's soul. The world suppression beast of the 10,000 beasts world is incomparably terrifying. After fusing, it can transform into a wild beast. Long Fei swept his gaze across them one by one. Awesome, we really struck it rich this time. Long Fei was instantly overjoyed. All of these powers were what he needed right now. He could control 10,000 worlds at once. In other words, in this place where 10,000 realms intersect, Long Fei would directly become the overlord. Suddenly, at this moment, another prompt appeared on the system. Ding! Congratulations player, the system has detected the ability to devour. After the mortal life Great Palm absorbs the myriad of Tao rules, it can be upgraded. May I ask if you want to devour it? The system asked. Long Fei muttered to himself. He was slightly reluctant. After all, the 10,000 natural laws could be fused into a sword of laws. The sword of laws was also ferocious to a complete mess. If it was swallowed like that, Long Fei would definitely be a little hesitant. But soon after, Long Fei's eyes fixed. Devour, Long Fei said. This was the trust of the system. The system was the way to go. From the beginning till the end, the system's power had never failed Long Fei. Just this time, Long Fei believed that there wouldn't be any difference. Ding! 10,000 Tao principles have been swallowed. Ding! The mortal life Great Palm is fusing. Ding! The mortal life Great Palm has begun leveling up. Leveling up requires 15 minutes. The system's voice constantly rang out. Long Fei's heart also gradually sank into waiting. At this time, Jiang Chuanxiu's figure slowly walked into Long Fei's line of sight. He was completely stupefied. Looking at the only figure left in the sky, Long Fei was completely at a loss. "My lord." "This?" Jiang Chuanxiu asked tentatively. Previously, Long Fei had thrown him out of the battle circle, so he couldn't see everything that happened here. Jiang Chunxiu had also been exceedingly mature that year, and a guess had formed in his mind with just a thought. However, this guess was truly frightening. He didn't dare believe it either. "Yes, just like you think," Long Fei said. There was no further explanation. Jiang Chuanxiu sucked in a breath of cold air, his figure almost unable to stand still. Looking at Long Fei in front of him, an expression of incomparable reverence was born in his eyes. Right, incomparable respect. Previously, the reason why he relied on Long Fei was because Long Fei was very strong. Then right now, Long Fei's might had already exceeded the limits of his mental fortitude. Formidable. "Lord, he is indeed invincible. This old man, no, this old servant is truly fortunate to be able to follow the Lord. Yes, it is like this. From today onwards, I will be a lackey under the tutelage of the Lord. The Lord has asked me to call him, so I will not shut my mouth. If the Lord tells me to bite, I won't roar," Jiang Chunxiu said with a courteous expression. However, Long Fei completely ignored him, and interrupted him with a wave of his hand. "Don't bother with superfluous words. Right now, this entire world is already under my control. Go and bring the person from the void here. There are some things that I want to understand," Long Fei said. He was waiting for the skills to update. He didn't want to pay attention to more, but in his heart, it was impossible for him to let go of the situation in the Sun God world. Immediately, Jiang Chuanxiu's face was filled with splendor, as if saying that he was ordered by Long Fei was a type of honor. "Don't worry, my lord. They are all from the 10,000 beast world. Right now, the Lord controls this side of the world. Absolutely no one dares to disobey." Jiang Chuanxiu had a proud expression on his face as he leapt into the air in an instant. Long Fei ignored him and started inspecting himself. Right now, he had leveled up. The power of super perfection level 5 made Long Fei feel like he was about to explode. For example, if he resisted the so-called 10,000 rules now, there was no need to go through so much trouble. One punch was enough to destroy it. Even the 10,000 beast god of boundary did not need to rely on the power of the god of boundary's blade to slash through. Honorable realm, right? I'll see just how amazing you are this time around. Long Fei's heart was moved. When he thought of the ancient world, that figure's fighting spirit increased. At this moment, the system chimed. "Ding, congratulations, player. The Great Hand Seal of the Mortal Life leveling up has been completed." The system made a sound, and Long Fei's mind followed it. The system made a sound, and Long Fei's mind followed it. Unable to wait any longer, he immediately looked over. "Ding, congratulations, player. Advanced Mortal Life Palm leveled up. Ding, congratulations, player, for obtaining skill, Hand of the Great Way. Hand of the Great Way, Beginner of the Tao. Description: Devour the laws of 10,000 worlds, condense the power of one law. Attribute: Suppression, Annihilation. Special hint: this skill is very powerful and can destroy a world. It can only be used once in the player's level 1 range. As players level up, the skill's power increases. When Long Fei heard the system prompt, his eyes shone brightly. Ultimate skill. He had finally used his ultimate skill. As he entered space, it became increasingly difficult to activate the killing attribute of the 5 elements Heaven Shrouding Palm. Moreover, a death sentence of that degree might not even be enough to kill all these space powerhouses. After all, what they were facing now was not just a normal level of strength. It was the power of laws. The will of the powerhouse was the rule. Unless he had the power to back him up, he would not be a match for him. But now, the hand of the great Tao had appeared. Just to make up for this. What was even more terrifying was the system's special prompt, which made Long Fei's heart itch even more unbearably. He couldn't wait to find the leader of the noble world and give him a slap on the face. TSK, the power of the system's prompt is great. That's a little impressive. Long Fei thought as his gaze slowly turned. He began to study other things. The karmic luck of 10,000 worlds. This kind of thing called luck in gas was illusory, but Long Fei had come into contact with it before. This was the case in the Yang God world. If it weren't for the mission's clone having absorbed more than half of the Yang God realm's destiny and becoming the child of destiny, he wouldn't have had anything to do with Hong Chuya. Moreover, even Meng Xinji had been killed because of the power of karmic luck. From this, it could be seen how terrifying the power of karmic luck was. In other words, that was merely the destiny of a world. But now it was the karmic luck of 10,000 worlds. With a single thought, he could control the life and death of all the realms. However, the myriad world fate was already won with the myriad world token. After the system exploded out, it directly fused into the order of myriad worlds. As for the 10,000 beast world's guardian beast soul, Long Fei did not pay much attention to it. With his current abilities, there was no need for him to transform into a beast. There was no need for him to transform into a wild beast to fight. In the next moment, Long Fei held the 10,000 worlds token in his hand. In an instant, his soul fused with it. So. The power of karmic luck for all the realms was reflected in Long Fei's eyes. Streams of karmic luck were surging and surging, as though they were within reach of his hands. Long Fei casually moved, and a strand of destiny directly entered his hand. He could vaguely sense the environment and general strength of that realm. In fact, Long Fei had a hunch that he just needed a little more strength. The destiny of this world would be crushed. The world would instantly fall into depravity. Without karmic luck, it was the same as being removed from the universe. Without the power of the stars, it was only a matter of time before it was annihilated into the universe. With that thought, Long Fei sighed in his heart. Fortunately, he was strong enough. Otherwise, if the ancient world was controlled by someone, the consequences would be obvious. Suddenly, Long Fei's heart moved. A bad premonition immediately emerged. That was the world of the sun god. The universe was simply too strong. Moreover, in the entire universe, in the powerhouse world, there was no mercy at all for the weak and small world. And to enslave someone, one had to deprive them of their world fortune. Not good. If that's the case, then the sun god world is going to be very dangerous. In a moment of thought, the excitement in Long Fei's heart disappeared. The worry from before surfaced in his mind once more. It was also at this time that Jiang Chuanqiu's voice suddenly rang out. Behind him, tens of thousands of people followed. Moreover, their auras were all different. "Sir, this old servant has brought everyone back. These people are all from the myriad beast world. I have only brought a few representatives with me. Their people have also been bound within the void," Jiang Chuanqiu said. Of course, the reason he could do this was definitely because of Long Fei. "Master, please spare our lives, we were also forced to do so by the 10,000 beast god of boundary." "That's right, Master. The 10,000 beast god of boundary controls our luck. We have no choice but to come. But my lord, we definitely do not have any thoughts of making you our enemy. We definitely do not dare." The moment they saw Long Fei, all of their minds crumbled. To them, even if he died, they would never forget the battle just now. He was in a frenzy. The tens of thousands of rules instantly collapsed. A super powerhouse of the first generation was killed in a single move. This level of combat power caused their minds to tremble. As long as Long Fei was willing, he could kill them easily. He could even cripple them with a single glance. He couldn't hold on at all. In fact, when Jiang Chuanxiu appeared before them, they didn't even dare to flee and directly followed Jiang Chuanxiu. Now, upon seeing Long Fei, both of his legs were trembling. Tell me, in this place where 10,000 worlds intersect, has something major happened? Long Fei asked. These people were already scared out of their wits. As for what kind of thoughts they had, Long Fei didn't care in the slightest. In any case, the karmic luck of the 10,000 worlds was now in his hand. Anyone who dared to refuse to accept this would immediately explode with karmic luck. When that happened, the entire world would collapse. No one dared to take such a risk. All he wanted to know was some information. But when Long Fei opened his mouth, these people looked at each other. My lord, the biggest thing in this myriad worlds is you, right? Right. It's our lord. He came out of nowhere looking down on us and swept through the entire world. This battle record is just right here. Everything in this world is useless in front of our lord. Lord, if you dare to say such trivial things, then there won't be any more major matters. Countless people spoke out. However, it was just a compliment and there was nothing special about it at all. Long Fei secretly frowned. Although the words sounded extremely comfortable, the matter regarding the Yang God world was the most pressing. Let me ask you, have you never heard of anything related to the Sun God world? Long Fei went straight to the point. In any case, in this boundless universe, many people thought that they were the people who walked out of the Sun God realm. There were only a few people who knew that they were ancient world. Moreover, the main players had all been killed by him, so the remaining people would not reveal anything. The Sun God world? Is this the world where the adults live? No, Master is from the ancient world. Among all the heavens, there is nothing else apart from the world of the Sun God that the great man spoke of. Everyone recalled, and said those words carefully, afraid that their answer would displease Long Fei. But right at this moment, a light suddenly flashed within the Myriad Realms token in Long Fei's hand. Long Fei stared blankly, not knowing what was going on. This was because the Myriad World token was dropped by the system. Without his active control, how could there be a mutation? Just as Long Fei was feeling suspicious, a voice suddenly sounded from the 10,000 Worlds Order. Star Demon Realm has issued the 10,000 Worlds Hunting Order. The 10,000 Worlds Chasing Order. The 10,000 Worlds Chasing Order. Long Fei never thought that it would be the first time he heard news about the Yang God realm. The 10,000 World Chasing Order? Long Fei repeated himself. His tone was bone-chilling cold, and boundless killing intent burst forth from it. Rumble. With a single thought, the air in front of him seemed to be frozen by this killing intent. It was incomparably cold. The people in the 10,000 worlds all continuously circulated their spiritual energy to defend themselves. Needless to say, they also knew the reason behind Long Fei's anger. A moment ago, Long Fei was still trying to find out more about the Yang God world, but he never would have thought that he would make such a huge turnaround in the blink of an eye. Chased down? A person that was being chased by a super powerhouse? This was simply defying the heavens, drawing talismans in front of Yama Minamiya, seeking his own death. Such a fierce person couldn't even dodge in time. Who would still dare to chase after someone he cared about? And at this moment, Long Fei's eyes were ice-cold to the extreme. His eyes were like ice, cold beyond compare. Star Demon Realm. What a great Star Demon Realm! A deep sound. His eyes revealed an endless killing intent. Immediately after, Long Fei turned around and looked at Jiang Chuanxiu and the others. What rank is this Star Demon Realm? Long Fei asked. This 10,000 Worlds token was obtained from the 10,000 Beast God of Boundary, and since the Star Demon Realm could use the 10,000 Worlds token to announce this information, it could be seen that the level of the Star Demon Realm was definitely not low. And the higher the level of the Star Demon Realm, the more dangerous the people of the Sun God realm were. My lord, The Star Demon Realm is the same as the 10,000 Beast World. It's one of the worlds that are super strong in the 10,000 worlds. In fact, their combined strength is even greater than that of the 10,000 Beasts world. They are incomparably terrifying. Legend has it that with a casual move, they were able to destroy a star and use the power of the entire star to transform into a demon with unparalleled combat prowess. Moreover, it's said that the Star Demon Realm is related to a noble realm through marriage, which is why they became the top 10 among the top 10 strongest realms. The people from the 10,000 worlds said. The narration was full of astonishment. Long Fei was strong. However, the Star Demon Realm is not weak either. Previously, it was only because of Long Fei's remaining might that made them feel that the Star Demon world was courting death. However, now that they had unearthed the power of the Star Demon Realm, they felt that Long Fei didn't seem to be too good either. At this time, Jiang Chuanxiu stepped forward. My lord, actually, my great Yang world is a world under the control of the Star Demon world. Jiang Chuanxiu said. He wanted to say something but hesitated. It was as though he had an instinctive fear of the Star Demon world. If that's the case, we'll head straight for the Star Demon world. I want to see just how powerful the Star Demon world is. Long Fei said. Clean. Without the slightest hesitation. His family, his women, son, and brothers were all still within the Yang God world. And according to the original agreement, they would definitely come to this place where the 10,000 worlds intersected. Therefore, other than them, there was no one else that the Star Demon Realm was pursuing. Under these circumstances, could Long Fei endure it? Impossible. My lord, I think we should consider this matter carefully. Also, the war for the God of Boundary is about to begin. Now that you have destroyed the 10,000 Beasts world, you are the ruler of this world. The competition for God of Boundary in this world is under your control. You will be able to choose the strongest 1,000 God of Boundaries and participate in the battle to decide the ranking of the world. Someone said. Although they did not know that Long Fei had already grasped the fate of this world, given his absolute strength, they did not dare to resist. He had even resigned himself to fate. To them, it was just a change of master. Whether it was the 10,000 Beast Sector Lord or Long Fei, to them, there was no difference. However, they did not dare to disobey the orders of their noble world. Especially now, the noble world had already given the order that the war for the God of Boundary had begun, and the God of Boundary from their respective worlds were already on the way. If Long Fei was not here, this competition for the God of Boundary would have definitely not been carried out. If the noble world were to blame them, they wouldn't dare to imagine such a crime. But Long Fei completely ignored him. He had killed all the people from the noble world. How could he obey the orders of the noble world? Non-existent. Jiang Chuanxiu observed the situation from the corner of his eyes and already knew it from Long Fei's expression. Long Fei was truly angry. Forget about the war for the God of Boundary. Even if he were to start a war with a noble realm, Long Fei would never change his mind. As a lackey under Long Fei's tutelage, Jiang Chuanxiu had long set his sights on this. Impudent, what world are you from? You dare to speak to your lordship like that? Master said that he wants to go to the Star Demon Realm, so he wants to go to the Star Demon Realm. Or could it be that all of you have long submitted to the tyrannical power of the noble world and have long forgotten that you are also a world? Jiang Chuanxiu said, full of energy. Seemingly, he followed Long Fei. It had already given him a sense of superiority in front of these people. Instantly, these people went silent. He looked at Jiang Chuanxiu flaunting his might in front of them with a face full of resentment. But there was nothing they could do. As long as Long Fei was here, they didn't dare to resist at all. He didn't even dare to make a sound. All of them glared furiously at Jiang Chuanxiu. Aya, you still dare to glare at me? I gave you face, right? What is Master's identity? punching the world, slashing the existence of God of Boundary. What do you want to do? Do you need to speak too much? Jiang Chuanxiu looked at Long Fei as he spoke. But Long Fei didn't have the slightest of expression on his face. Alright, no need to say any more. If you want to do it, then do it big. Since this world belongs to Laozi, then the God of Boundary under Laozi's command is the strongest. When these people arrive, I'll immediately bring them to attack the Star Demon Realm. Long Fei said indifferently, as if he was talking about a very ordinary thing. However, when Jiang Chuanxiu and company heard these words, their hearts were immediately thrown into turmoil. I can't believe it. Unbelievable. This lord, is he planning to start a great war? Jiang Chuanxiu asked with a trembling voice, his eyes looking at Long Fei with even more reverence. Great world war? It can be said that the final goal is to overturn the Supreme Realm anyway. The Star Demon Realm is but a stepping stone. Long Fei said, disagreeing. If it was before, Long Fei might have felt a little guilty when he said these words. But now, the great way of the Buddha was in his hands, and he still had the God of Boundary blade. Who was he afraid of? Who else do I need? Swish. Immediately, everyone's eyes shifted their gaze onto Long Fei. It was filled with shock and fear. The Great War of 10,000 Worlds. This Lord, don't be so crazy. That's right, my lord. The Star Demon Realm is a sacred place. One voice after another appeared, as they looked at Long Fei in disbelief. He couldn't even speak calmly. It was not because of a single word from Long Fei that caused his heart to surge. Rather, it was because of a single word from Long Fei that caused his heart to fall into endless fear. In their eyes, aside from lunatics, no one would dare to think of such a thing. The Great War of 10,000 Worlds? The Great War of 10,000 Worlds? Such a thing had never happened in a million years. In any case, from the time that they knew, ever since the all-world civilization was established, it had never happened. Each time was a survival of the fittest under the control of these super-strong worlds. As for the all-world war? This is simply impossible, even the noble realms would not allow such a thing to happen. But now, with just a single word from Long Fei, a great battle for 10,000 realms was about to begin. This was simply risking everything and going crazy. In fact, a scene had already appeared before their eyes. Corpses strewn across the fields, stars dropped, civilizations annihilated. This was a crazy act of destroying civilization and self-destruction. But at this time, Long Fei directly said, "So what if you're a noble? Jiang Chuanxiu is right. Your slavishness has penetrated deep into your bones. Even if you have the chance to turn the situation around, you will still act like lecherous dogs. I'm just asking you, are you going to do it? Do you dare?" Long Fei said. His eyes were filled with disdain and mockery. Even if he controlled this entire 10,000 worlds, Long Fei didn't have much hope in his heart. Just as he had said, their servility had already been rooted and branded into their bones and blood. At this time, the people from the 10,000 worlds also fell silent. One by one, they began to pant hoarsely. Facing Long Fei's contempt, they clenched their fists tightly. However, in the end, he was still silent. They weren't able to resist at all. All words were pale and powerless. This was because they didn't dare to do so. As long as they thought of the might of a noble world, they would feel a sense of inferiority from the bottom of their hearts. They only wanted to survive in the cracks. Just like what Long Fei had said, if they wanted to be licking a dog, they would not fight back at all. Cough cough, my lord, maybe you're right. However, we are a single world, and not just us alone. We wish to preserve a single world, so this time I cannot agree with you. What the Lord wants to do is for the Lord. We, the world of gods, will not participate. However, there was still one person who stood up to resist. He immediately rejected Long Fei's suggestion. Yes, my lord. This matter is too crazy, the heavenly water world will not participate. My Skyfire world won't participate either. I won't participate. All were sounds of rejection. None of them agreed. "Milord, you have such power, but we don't. We won't accompany you and go berserk. To put it bluntly, Milord wants us to die. We're not that retarded." At this moment, everyone in the 10,000 realms were weirdly unanimous. None of them wanted to follow Long Fei. In an instant, the atmosphere was extremely empty. Jiang Chuanqiu's face also revealed some anger. His eyes were cold as he looked at the group of people in front of him, feeling extremely helpless. But Long Fei was completely indifferent, and did not care about how the other party replied. Because right now, the fate of their world was completely in Long Fei's hands. Whether they wanted to or not was one thing. But whether they did it or not was not up to them. With that thought, Long Fei sneered and said, "So this is your decision? You don't dare to disobey the Venerable One? You dare to disobey your father?" Long Fei said indifferently. But after saying that last word, his aura instantly exploded, and the power of his physical body vibrated in the air. Swish, swish, swish. Rumble. In the blink of an eye, another series of explosions sounded. The nebula collapsed. This was the wrath of the powerhouse. Hua! Instantly, the faces of everyone from the 10,000 worlds changed. His eyes glazed over, especially those who had been cheering merrily. Now they even kneeled down. "Calm down, milord. Calm down, milord. We did not mean to offend you. It's just that the Star Demon Realm and the Noble World are too powerful. We really don't want to die." "That's right, my lord. It's not that the department doesn't want to follow. But rather than having us bear the burden of a future, we cannot afford to gamble." These people began to kowtow continuously, cold sweat beading on their faces. But if Long Fei did not speak, they would not dare to stop. However, right at this moment, several extremely powerful auras suddenly appeared in the sky. They all had a will of absolute control, incomparably tyrannical. Long Fei was also slightly taken aback, but after sensing this aura, he immediately relaxed, as though he did not care at all. "What an arrogant brat! You actually want to start a war of 10,000 worlds. Who do you think you are? How dare you behave atrociously here? Really, without a tiger in the mountain, how can a monkey be king? Do you think you can behave atrociously just because the 10,000 beast god of boundary is not here? You reckless fool!" Swish, swish, swish. One figure after another descended from the sky, their faces filled with arrogance. Arrogant. He had an arrogant look on his face. They simply did not take Long Fei seriously. Below, the people of the all-world were instantly stunned. These people were no other than the god of boundary of their world. Of course, only a few had come. Master God of Boundary. No. Instantly, one of them spoke out to stop them. These people had never seen Long Fei's berserk look before, but they understood what he was doing very well. As for the 10,000 beast god of boundary, if he added a little catalyst, his ashes would have F*King drifted across the ocean. If there was some spiritual earth to nurture it, the grass on the grave would be more than 10 feet tall, and it would still talk about the 10,000 beast god of boundary. Long Fei also had a smile on his face. These people were unconvinced. Especially now, before the people who tried to stop him could finish their words, the god of boundary in their world directly slapped over. "Disgraceful thing! How could there be trash like you in my heavenly water realm? What garbage is worth kneeling for? My heavenly water world's face has been completely thrown away by you." The god of boundary of the heavenly water world snorted coldly, and roared angrily. However, the people from the heavenly water realm shook their heads crazily. "No, Master God of Boundary, you have to be calm, quickly apologize to this lord. 10,000 beasts God of Boundary." The person wanted to continue, but was interrupted again. This time around, it was even more direct, and was directly sent flying by the heavenly water god of boundaries slap. You still dare to say? You dog, you truly are quite a disgrace, the heavenly water god of boundaries said coldly. Immediately after, his gaze turned and looked at Long Fei. Kid, if you know what's good for you, if you kneel down and beg for forgiveness, maybe I will forgive you if my mood gets better. The heavenly water god of boundaries said. It was at this moment that the people of the world below suddenly exploded. My lord, come back quickly. Master god of boundary, quickly stay away from this idiot. You must not anger Master. Master god of boundary, come back quickly, things are just as you thought. Instantly, the people below began to struggle and roar, trying to bring the god of boundary back to life, and even directly stated that the heavenly sleeping god of boundary was a fool. Instantly, all the god of boundary in the air were stupefied, especially sky water god of boundary. Being called a fool by so many people, it was even more embarrassing. However, before he could speak, he heard Long Fei say, "They are right, you all are just a bunch of idiots. It seems like you guys are unconvinced, but it's alright, I'll just deal with all kinds of unconvinced people." Unconvinced? Unconvinced? Don't worry, then let's see if you have the ability to struggle. Boom! It was also at this moment that the void fluctuated and endless nebulae dispersed. Thousands of figures that were killed descended inadvertently, wave after wave. In the blink of an eye, the 10,000 worlds god of boundary had arrived. Their first reaction was to look at Long Fei, and to see the person that they had sent out kneel in front of Long Fei. Trash! What is this thing that has made my people kneel? You're truly looking to die. Kneel down now, this king, and I'll spare your dog life. Immediately, another person spoke out, and his words were exactly the same as the sky water god of boundary from before. The corner of Long Fei's mouth slightly moved, revealing a cold smile. This reaction was completely within his expectations. However, this was just right. As a transcender, Long Fei still understood what people thought inside their hearts. He had obtained a 10,000 worlds order now, but these 10,000 worlds were all planned by the noble realms. If they were to be led into battle, it was possible that they would go back on their word and even be stabbed in the back. Long Fei would definitely not allow such a thing. Thus, it was now the perfect time to kill and unite with one another. If only a few people came out to play, how would Long Fei have the chance to show off his might? Right now, the more these few people danced merrily, the more excited Long Fei became. Even if its strength was inferior to the 10,000 beast god of boundary, it was still not something that the young master of the 10,000 realm could compare to. As long as he killed them, he would have billions of experience. At this time, the people below them began to panic. Despite everything, he opened his mouth. "Master God of Boundary, don't be rash. This lord has unparalleled battle power, even being able to slash through the 10,000 beast god of Boundary. He is already the strongest leader in this world." Immediately, someone directly spoke out. He didn't dare to go down at all. He was afraid that if he waited any longer, his god of boundary would become lawless and anger Long Fei. Instantly, space itself fell silent. It was like a stone that gave rise to 1,000 ripples, and all sound disappeared after that one sentence. Completely stupefied. "You must be joking. How can this be possible? The 10,000 beasts god of boundary is so powerful, he. All of you." Immediately, several voices sounded, as they turned their gazes onto the people from their world. He still wanted to struggle. He wanted to see from their faces that these words were just a joke. However, they were disappointed. Everyone in every world kept nodding, anxiety and fear written all over their faces. Schwa schwa schwa. All of a sudden, all of the god of boundary that came after him, without even opening their mouths, were immediately pulled out, leaving behind only this person who was pretending to be powerful in the air. That was close, but luckily I didn't say anything. Shoot the bird that's leading the way, this idiot, he's done for this time. Haha, and there's also that heavenly water god of boundary. I feel powerful, so I'm looking down on it. This time, I'm definitely going to be struck by lightning. Whoosh whoosh whoosh. In an instant, these people all retreated to the side. Although they believed that Long Fei had killed 10,000 beasts of God of Boundary. But in his heart, he still had his own thoughts. He wanted to break free from his control and become the king. So right now, they were just waiting to see how Long Fei would handle the matter in front of them. But at this time, the God of Boundary of the Heavenly Water Realm was completely dumbfounded. Even the people who had mocked Long Fei previously were standing in the air blankly. Looking at Long Fei, the aura on his entire body shook, and he appeared to be on guard. Panic, 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 and fear all appeared on his face, all of them extremely distorted. Especially Sky Water God of Boundary, it directly took a step back and captured the Sky Water Realm's people who were previously knocked over. You dog, why didn't you stop me? The Heavenly Water God of Boundary was furious. With that, the members of the Heavenly Water Realm had looks of humiliation. Didn't stop you? How many times did I stop you? You are a pretentious criminal, yet you want to act tough yourself. How can you blame me for not stopping you? It's good now. If we anger this person, not only will you die, we, the Heavenly Water World, will also suffer. You think I'm trash? Are you trying to force me? The people of the Heavenly Water Realm were furious. After repeatedly stopping the God of Boundary of the Heavenly Water Realm, not only was he unable to stop it, he was even sent flying with a slap. This was fine, but now he was blaming her instead? How could he endure this? Thus, this person directly threw caution to the wind and went on a rampage. Bastard, are you looking to die? I don't believe that someone can kill the 10,000 beast God of Boundary. The Heavenly Water God of Boundary was infuriated, and with a flip of its hand, a curtain of water surged towards him. With a casual wave, it engulfed him. Boom! Instantly, this person was directly killed by the Heavenly Water God of Boundary. But from start to finish, Long Fei did not speak. However, in the instant that the Sky Water God of Boundary killed the people from the world, Long Fei made his move. If you don't believe me, I'll let you believe me. I've said it before. I'm specialized in dealing with all kinds of complaints. Next, a punch was thrown out. Crash. The power of the Heavenly Water God of Boundary instantly collapsed. The curtain of water that soared into the sky was directly blown apart with a single punch, turning into endless droplets of rain. But Long Fei did not stop with his punch, aiming straight for the Sky Water God of Boundary. Sky Water's blade. Sky Water God of Boundary's eyes were filled with shock. With a wave of his hands, a long sword that was like ice crystals appeared in his hands. It pierced out fiercely. But this kind of power was completely unable to resist under Long Fei's punch. In the blink of an eye, it was shattered by Long Fei's fist. Impossible! This is a world-suppressing holy artifact from my Heavenly Water Realm. How is this possible? The Sky Water God of Boundary was flustered. The long sword shattered, and no longer had any will to fight. He turned around and was about to run away. But he was fast. Long Fei's punch was even faster. Just as the Sky Water God of Boundary turned around and was about to escape into the void, Long Fei's fist directly landed, and smashed his head with a punch. Long Fei's figure also moved 1,000 steps, arriving at the place where the God of Boundary of Heavenly Water died. He can become a God of Boundary with such a cultivation? No wonder there is only the fate of slavery. Long Fei said indifferently, as his gaze began to sweep across the 10,000 realm God of Boundary. They looked down on him with unparalleled arrogance. It was incomparably domineering. As long as his gaze passed by, everyone would lower their heads dejectedly. He didn't dare meet Long Fei's gaze at all. Plop, plop. Soon after, sounds of people kneeling came one after another. Mercy, my lord! My lord, spare us! We simply do not know anything. It's all Tianshui's fault. If it wasn't for this reckless act, how would we dare to offend an adult? There were more than a dozen of them who were frantically begging for forgiveness. They were all the people who started to gobble down Long Fei the moment they descended. Begging for mercy? Don't. Didn't you say that you're unconvinced? I like it the most, Long Fei said, and with a flip of his hand, the Myriad Realms token appeared. I want to know who gave you the courage to yell in front of me. The 10,000 world token is in your father's hands. The fate of your world lies in my hands. You all still dare to be unconvinced? Long Fei said. Swish, swish. In that instant, the god of boundary of the 10,000 worlds all crumbled. Its eyes were fixated on the Myriad Realms token in Long Fei's hands. And then, plop, 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 all of them kneeled down in submission. As for Long Fei, he completely ignored them. The idea sank into the 10,000 worlds order and directly found the luck of several worlds, pulling it out abruptly. No! No! No, I don't want to die. In an instant, a series of blood-curdling screams resounded. As for Long Fei, he completely ignored her and directly pinched it with force. Boom! 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 In an instant, all of the god of boundary that Long Fei was trying to break in the few realms that he was in instantly exploded. His soul had been annihilated, and his body had been annihilated. Only then did Long Fei put away the 10,000 worlds token and coldly snorted. In this world of 10,000 worlds, I am the only ruler. The world was silent, and all sounds seemed to pale in comparison. The world was silent, and all sounds seemed to pale in comparison. There was only one sound in space and time outside of the void. I am the only ruler of all worlds. I'm the only one. He was the only one. Honorable. Every word echoed in the air, and every time they echoed, it would cause the entire world to tremble. All the god of boundary of the Myriad Realms raised their heads to look at Long Fei, their eyes filled with fear. At this moment, they no longer dared to have any thoughts of resisting. If it was just a moment ago, they were still hoping to escape from the grasp of others. Now, this thought was gone as well. It was all because of Long Fei. In front of them was a high and mighty god. With a flip of his hand, he could control the fate of his world. Who would dare to disobey? My lord, your powers cover the entire universe, suppressing 10,000 beasts. This is truly a great pleasure. From now on, we'll follow the adults. This time, we will definitely fight with this lord and overturn other worlds, making our world famous and respected. That's right, if we follow the adults this time, we'll definitely be able to rank our side of the world at the top. Instantly, these people expressed their loyalty over and over again. There was no choice, Long Fei was too domineering. So powerful that they didn't dare to disobey. But at this time, Long Fei shook his head. You're overthinking it. This old man has never thought of following the orders of a noble realm to compete for this ranking. I've already said it, if you want to do it, then do it big. Follow me. I'll take you all and conquer all worlds. After getting rid of the noble worlds, you are the strongest in all worlds. As Long Fei said this, a crazy idea popped up in his mind, completely ignoring the system Notice's experience. At this moment, he thought of a possibility in his mind. It was a very popular phrase from his previous life. To kill Jesus, I am God. It was the same for now. If he destroyed the Supreme Realm, he would be invincible. However, Myriad Worlds' reaction was to fall silent in an instant. They looked at each other. A look of disbelief? Get rid of him. Supreme Realm? Overturn 10,000 worlds. How is this possible? The prime reaches are so powerful. Lord, don't be ridiculous. In front of the noble world, we cannot even be compared. How could they believe that Long Fei had that kind of power? Even if Long Fei was able to kill their level of god of boundary with a single punch, it could only mean that he was very strong. If they were to be compared with the noble realms? They didn't even dare to think about it. What is it? You don't dare? Long Fei asked. If it was before, the reason why the people of the 10,000 realms didn't dare to speak up was because their god of boundary hadn't arrived yet. And now, the 10,000 worlds god of boundary still had that expression. Is the honorable realm so terrifying that you're willing to be a grandson and not struggle for a bit? Long Fei ridiculed. It had to be known that he now controlled the 10,000 worlds token. The fate of all the realms was in his control, so he could easily take control of the lives of these god of boundaries. But even then, it didn't make them want to fight against the noble world. Or perhaps it could be said that with their slave roots, the prestige of the noble world was too much for them. They had long ago come to believe that they were nothing more than prisoners. He didn't dare to resist at all. "My lord, you don't know how terrifying a transcendent realm is." Even the ancient world was suppressed by the noble world in the end. He was a mighty being that existed since before the time of civilization. He could not even resist against them. Furthermore, the other powerhouse realms are now subordinate to the supreme realm. What we have to face are 9 super-worlds and hundreds of thousands of worlds. In so many worlds, a single person's mouthful of saliva can drown us to death. There's no way we can fight against it. Everyone said with difficult expressions. For example, Long Fei's decision was their very foundation, and even if it was life and death, they could not compare to it. After all, Long Fei was only a single person. They didn't believe that Long Fei could destroy their entire world just because of a single decision. However, the noble world was different. Once they followed Long Fei, there would definitely be no path for them to live at that time. If he didn't move, there was still a way out. If he did, he would die without a doubt. At this time, Long Fei also muttered. The words of these people revealed too much. Before civilization, it just so happened to confirm the history of the ancient world. In this way, it was sufficient to show that these worlds were similar to the ancient world and were civilization at a certain time. And the noble world was the founder of this civilization. From this, it could be seen that the strength of a noble world was not something that these worlds could compare with. But, so what? There are some things that you don't do, not because it's difficult. No matter how strong and powerful the revered realm is, I have 10,000 reasons to retreat. But, if you touch my fruit, that is enough reason for me to fight. Long Fei thought. Moreover, no matter what, the star demon realm had to be destroyed. A dragon has a reverse scale. Touch it and you will die. Since the star demon realm dared to issue the 10,000 worlds hunting order to kill his woman, then this enmity would only end with death. Thus, this was even if the other party had a revered realm backing them. Long Fei would never back down. With that thought, Long Fei turned and said, "Now I'll give you 2 choices. One is to leave this place of intersection from now on and develop according to your own wishes. Once you enter the realm where 10,000 worlds intersect again, I will immediately shatter your world destiny. 2. Follow me. If we fight to the end, then it doesn't matter if it's a myriad worlds or a supreme world. We'll just fight it out." Long Fei said. A single sentence was worth it. You want to retreat? If that's possible, then he might as well completely retreat. From then on, he would be separated from the universe and become a simple world. Otherwise, they would obediently follow him. For a moment, all the god of boundary went silent. This time, Long Fei was directly forcing them to choose. Long Fei, however, did not agree with it at all. Since it can't be used by me, I'll either sink into complete destruction or perish. It's that simple. Jiang Chuanxiu was already used to Long Fei's craziness and was no longer moved. He directly came to Long Fei's side and looked coldly and arrogantly at the god of boundary in front of him. It was also at this time that the god of boundary of the myriad realms finally made its choice. My lord, I choose to hide in the universe. Lord, I choose to hide myself. I hope that sire can keep your promise. One by one, they all left, taking the people from their world with them. In the blink of an eye, only more than 1,000 worlds of over 10,000 god of boundary had yet to become abnormal. Long Fei laughed softly, a cold sternness flashing through his eyes, but did not stop them from leaving. My lord, why didn't you leave them behind? Jiang Chunqiu asked. He was incomparably shocked. According to Long Fei's habit, he should never have let them go. I want absolute loyalty. If they can't do it, then it's a disaster to keep them. But do you think a bunch of old bastards would be willing to accept it? Rest assured, when we meet again, it will be the day they die. Long Fei said indifferently as his gaze looked at the remaining 1,000 god of boundary. Looks like you guys have chosen to stay. Very good, one day you will be able to make your decision today, and we'll all be incomparably fortunate. The center of the universe, the center of the intersection. The center of the universe, the center of the intersection. Within a palace, the state of Zhou opened its eyes. A bright light suddenly shot out from between his eyes. 10,000 beasts are dead? Could there really be someone that could break through the laws of this world? It's getting more and more interesting. Who could it be? Long Batian, could it be you? Zun Wang's eyes were icy cold as he muttered to himself. Then, he stretched out his hand and drew in the air. And at this very moment, above the 10 directions of the universe, at the same time, a mysterious power appeared. A figure pierced through the air, appearing behind Meng Hao. The Big Dipper realm, Star Demon realm, Phoenix realm, Divine realm, Immortal world, Ascending Dust realm, Heaven Origin realm, Savage Tyrant realm, and Raging Sea realm. The supreme powerhouse and god of boundary of the 9 great strong realms all kneeled. When this figure appeared, it was only a simple sentence. After that, it disappeared. However, this sentence directly set off monstrous waves in the intersecting lands of 10,000 realms. 10,000 beasts are dead? Someone from the ancient world had appeared? This time, there's something going on. Haha, you don't know your place. If you have some ability, you won't be able to find the north. Coincidentally, another batch of competitors is missing. A 10,000 world conquest. This time, my world deserves to be famous. One after another, maniacal laughter sounded from the 10 positions of the intersecting worlds, rushing out towards the sky. And then they all gave out orders. The Big Dipper realm belongs to the myriad realms. The god of boundary is the general and the billions of powerhouse are the soldiers. Follow me to the battlefield. The divine profound realm belongs to the 10,000 worlds. He belongs to the Quang Ba realm. In an instant, the troops of the 9 realms moved. Of course, there were also accidents, namely the Phoenix realm and the Star Demon realm. On top of the Phoenix realm, the Phoenix ancestor stood amidst the boundless flames, his gaze incomparably gloomy. Ancient world? Someone actually broke through the shackles and escaped from the trap? Phoenix realm ancestor's eyes were incomparably sinister. But at that moment, a figure suddenly appeared. It directly transformed from a boundless flame into a phoenix bathing in fire. Master, you must save Big Brother Long Fei. I have a feeling that this time, the person who walked out of the ancient world is Big Brother Long Fei. You must save him. This phoenix embodiment was none other than Jojo. Jojo's face was filled with grief and implored. The face of the Phoenix Master was startled, and a killing intent burst out from the bottom of his eyes. Soon, however, he concealed the killing intent. Don't worry, you are the holy maiden of my Phoenix realm. Since this person truly has the ability to leave the ancient world, then this king will naturally not go back on his word. If he really is capable, then even if I had to go all out to save him, I would still be able to save him. The Divine Phoenix Grandmaster said. Thank you, Master, thank you, Master. As long as you can save Big Brother Long Fei, even if I want my Nirvana flame, I will not hesitate at all. Jojo cried tears of joy and said resolutely, all right, stop crying. Since the 10,000 world conquest has already begun, then it won't be long before the competition for the God of Boundary starts. You get ready. The Divine Phoenix Grandmaster said. Jojo was startled, and his eyes revealed dense unwillingness. This preparation, needless to say, Jojo already knew this in his heart. The preparation for marriage. Because right now, the Phoenix realm in this place where 10,000 realms intersect, had already gathered all 9 of them. Their purpose in coming was precisely to propose marriage. Of course, there were originally 10 realms. However, because the 10,000 beast world had disappeared, there were only 9 realms left. Alright, I understand. As long as Master can fulfill your promise to Jojo, I will marry you. Jojo said firmly. However, his heart was like a drop of blood. He was in so much pain that he wished he were dead. Big Brother Long Fei, I'm sorry. But as long as you are alive, Jojo is willing to do anything. Jojo, as long as you are alive. Within the Phoenix Valley, the people of the 9 realms were also well aware of this news. They were all prodigies from 9 different worlds, and in their own worlds they were also the peak powerhouse. Moreover, most of them were the young masters of a realm. Everyone was excited when they heard the news. Haha, the 10,000 world expedition. Is this going to be interesting? That's right, that would be for the best. When the time comes, we'll destroy some blind worlds and see who dares to mess with this young master's woman. Humph, aren't you afraid of the wind blowing your tongue away? If not, why don't we train here? The smell of gunpowder was overwhelming. No one was convinced. But now, at this time, the people of Phoenix Realm would naturally not allow any sort of trouble to occur. Immediately, a steward came out to stop him. Calm down, everyone. Just now, the Master had already sent out a secret order for me to inform everyone. If they can kill the ancient world and rebel, then the Holy Maiden will betroth her to them. The manager of the Phoenix Realm said. As soon as he finished his sentence, the people of the 9 realms immediately calmed down, and then each let out a cold snort. At this moment, a young man walked out from the crowd of the noble world. Ancient world, Long Fei? This time around, this emperor will definitely kill you. As the youth spoke, he left. He completely ignored the people from the other 8 worlds, but if Long Fei was here, he would definitely be shocked. Because this person was a completely young version of Emperor Xian. The scene changed and returned to the area where the 10,000 beast world was located. This figure also appeared, and before she disappeared, she even gave Long Fei a meaningful glance. As for Long Fei, after the figure disappeared, the flames of anger in his heart were instantly ignited. Determine me as a rebel? Long Fei clenched his teeth. A deep sense of humiliation arose in his heart. That year, he had made killing Emperor Xian his life's goal. Now that the Emperor Xian was dead, the people of the noble world were standing on his head and pooping. In fact, with a single sentence, he could define himself as a traitor, allowing the entire world to attack him. Crack, crack, crack. Long Fei clenched his fists tightly. A killing intent burst out from his body. You want to go on a conquest against me, right? It just so happens that I am about to go on an expedition against the 10,000 worlds. This time, let's see who can beat who. Long Fei said in a serious tone. His killing intent raged, all of it was released outward. The faces of the god of boundaries that were left behind turned solemn. When they stayed, they already knew what the result would be. However, the current process was transparent. Without any buffer, it directly exploded. F*CK, let's go all out. Our world is destined to be eliminated this time around. Why don't we go all out? Right, fighting head-on is better than being a dog for the rest of your life. In the end, someone has to eat meat. Lord, we fought with you, these people said. Long Fei was moved and snorted. Then let's do it. Everyone, this time, let's fight to the death. I, Long Fei, promise you, as long as you can survive, the center of this universe will definitely be there, your glory. In the depths of the universe, the endless void was crisscrossing. In the depths of the universe, the endless void was crisscrossing. An abandoned area that no one cared about. A wooden boat slowly appeared. The wooden boat was riddled with holes, on the verge of collapse. We can't hold on any longer. We can only descend here. I wonder where this desolate place is. It should be safe now. King Star Demon Realm. You've gone too far. Once we find our boss, we'll definitely destroy them all. Li Yuanba and the others had faces full of hatred. Crazy. It was too depressing. This period of time was simply torture for them. It was one thing if they were hiding here and there, but to them, running away when they saw someone was simply a life worse than death. After following Long Fei for so long, they had long gotten used to their blood boiling and fought to the death. But now, in this sort of time, there was no chance at all. These people were their elder sister-in-law, and there were many ties between them. There was no way they could have risked their lives. I wonder how Boss is doing now? According to the Boss temper, in this place where 10,000 worlds intersect, he should be quite famous. Li Yuanba said. They knew Long Fei too well. He was definitely someone who did not want to be left alone. In addition, there were simply too many people from the myriad realms who were pretentious. How could Long Fei tolerate these people pooping on his neck? It was simply impossible. When Li Yuanba opened his mouth, everyone's eyes lit up. With endless anticipation. As long as Boss is here, with Boss's strength, he will definitely be able to turn the tide. All the myriad worlds and all the stars are just dog shit. Yes, as long as Boss comes here, he will definitely annihilate the entire Yaxing demon realm. You actually want us to become slaves? How reckless. Zhang Yu, Li Wuxin, and the others were filled with righteous indignation as they said these words one by one. Let's land. The power of the other shore suddenly dimmed. I'm afraid Patriarch Hong Yi has already. At this time, Lu Luoshi suddenly said. What Big Sister Luo she said is right. The otherworldly boat is a weapon that is used to carry Ancestor across the other shore. Right now, most of his strength has been consumed, and I'm afraid that even Ancestor Yi has already fallen. Hong Chioya also said, his face full of sadness. Damn it, bastard. If I knew this would happen, I wouldn't have left. Sky Soul said angrily. His eyes were full of remorse. If, back then, they were able to put their lives at stake and stay and fight. Perhaps this was not the end result. At the very least, even if they died, they would die together. It was impossible for them to abandon their brothers. I can't take this anymore. I'll go save the old ancestor. Li Yuanba glared and was about to jump out of the boat. Me too, Brother Yuanba, I'll go with you. Zhang Yu also stepped forward. Immediately after, Lin Yuxing, Li Wu Xin and the rest all went up. Roar. But at that moment a sword chime rang out. Aoya's long sword was unsheathed, directly blocking everyone's path of retreat. Go back. Aoya said coldly. Eldest sister-in-law. Eldest sis, please let us go. If this continues, even our cultivation hearts will be clouded by dust. Lin Yuxing said. Yes, elder sister-in-law. Let us go. To be alive like this is too useless. Now that we are this strong, why do we have to live in hiding? And what is the purpose of our cultivation? Yes, elder sister-in-law. If eldest brother was here, he would have made the same decision. He must have just left. Everyone said with unwillingness on their faces. If Long Fei was here, I would definitely not stop you. Because Long Fei is a miracle. But you are what he cares about. You are what he wants to protect. If he's not here, I definitely won't allow you to die. Oya said firmly, not taking a step back. Eldest sister-in-law. The few of them spoke at the same time, yet they did not give up. Aoya is right, Long Fei is not here, I will definitely not let you guys go out and die. At this time, Lu Luoxi also spoke up. Right now in this starry sky there are tens of thousands of worlds. Each world has their own combat strength. Although you all are not weak, facing the pursuit of 10,000 worlds, you have no chance of winning at all. Lu Luoxi said. At this time, the other shore's boat had also completely dimmed down, directly dropping onto the desolate planet in front of them. Whiz. Then, this ship disappeared and turned into the size of a fingernail. Finally, it landed in Hong Chiu Ye's palm. This time, even Lu Luoxi spoke out to stop them. Even if they were unwilling, they could only stay silent. What we need to do now is to wait. When Long Fei arrives, I believe that if Long Fei knew of our current predicament, he would definitely think of ways and means to find us. When the time comes, we will advance and retreat together. As Lu Luoxi spoke, his eyes revealed extreme helplessness. However, in his helplessness there was also determination. It seemed that as long as they were with Long Fei, even if they died together, it didn't matter. But at this time, no one noticed that little unrivaled super hottie was winking at Li Yuanba and Li Wuxin. Li Yuanba and Li Wuxin were both dumbfounded. They had no idea what little unrivaled was trying to do. Aya, uncles, mother is right. You are all father's brothers, we can't let you take the risk. Coincidentally, this is a barren planet. Let's train well. When my old man arrives, we'll accompany him in killing everyone. Little Unrivaled clenched his fists, looking like a well-behaved child. The atmosphere suddenly became a bit more relaxed. The words of Little Unrivaled gave rise to hope in everyone's hearts. Haha, Little Unrivaled is right. We're too irritable. We should just rest up, train properly, and wait for our boss to arrive. Let's go, Little Unrivaled. Our uncles will treat you well from today onwards. As the crowd conversed, Li Yuanba took the lead and brought Little Unrivaled into the desolate stars area. Lu Luoxi and the others also heaved a sigh of relief. Uro had even casually formed a few hand seals, creating a sky-devouring space. After that, Lu Luoxi, Hong Chiu Yi, Aoya and Xiao Ya had also entered the space and started cultivating. However, what he did not know was that it was in another part of the stars. Li Yuanba and the rest had just gotten into a posture, ready to teach Yu Shuang. However, he was immediately interrupted by Little Unrivaled. Big uncle, are you serious? The little invincible guy had a sly smile on his face. Li Yuanba was startled and asked, What do you mean? Everyone else followed suit, staring at Little Unrivaled for a moment. Cultivate? It doesn't exist. The reason I said that just now was to reassure Mother and the other ants. Of course I'm going to bring you guys here to cause trouble. As Little Unrivaled spoke, he held a miniature millstone in his hand. It was like a yo-yo, hovering above his palm and rotating up and down. Causing trouble? Little Woody, you can't possibly. Li Wuxin was stunned. His eyes widened as he looked at Little Unrivaled with disbelief. Little Unrivaled nodded and smiled. You're right. Back then, your father had led you on an expedition to another world. As your son, how could you be so easy to deal with? Hiding here. Impossible, I need a few uncles to help me sweep through the myriad worlds. In front of the 10,000 Beast Worlds forces. In front of the 10,000 Beast Worlds forces, the three vanguards had been cut off, and all traces of the 10,000 Beast World had long since disappeared without a trace. This place changed owners. Under the heavens and earth, Long Fei had become the ruler. 3 days had passed since the official order from the king to invade the world. Long Fei still did not take the initiative to attack. It was not because he did not want to, but because this place was still a region that Long Fei yearned to enter. 10,000 Beasts Abyss. Lord, in fact, it's not just the 10,000 beasts world that is in this abyss. It's also said that after every super strong world, there is such a place with an unfathomable depth. In the past millions of years, not even a single person has explored this area. Even the super strong realm's god of boundary would not dare to do so. This place is basically a place where one can never return from. Jiang Chunqiu said on the side. He was trembling all over. Behind him, 1,000 god of boundary-s were the same. Looking at the unfathomable abyss, everyone had a cautious expression on their faces. It was as though he was a pilgrim on a pilgrimage, incomparably humble. It was as though this place wasn't something they had the right to look at directly. Only Long Fei had an indifferent expression. He could also feel that there was a kind of mysteriousness beneath this abyss that was indescribable. Releasing the soul, those beings that experienced the baptism of time, an ancient and mysterious feeling filled his heart. And Jiang Chunqiu's words made Long Fei feel slightly moved. Initially, he had thought that this abyss was like the 3,000 peaks, and was a base of operations for the 10,000 beasts world. But it wasn't like that at all. There are 10 of these places in the center of the universe? Long Fei thought. Inexplicably, he directly linked it with the ancient emperor. In the heart of intersecting worlds, there were too many legends regarding the ancient world. Whether it was Long Batian or others, they were all filled with the color of the unknown. The 13 great emperors were even more powerful. They were known as the 13 kings. How could such an existence not be awesome? F***ck, if it wasn't for the fact that we have to go and save them, we would have jumped down to see what's going on. In these 3 days, Long Fei kept making decisions in his heart. Even the Sky Spill Beast was awakened, all for the sake of investigating, to see if this abyss had anything to do with the 13 emperors. But the Sky Spill Beast's answer was simple. I don't know. Forget it, I can only wait for the future. Long Fei said in his heart. He was extremely unwilling. It was not fear that he did not dare to enter. Rather, he was afraid of wasting too much time. Right now, the noble realm had already come to suppress him, and the existence of the Yang God realm was also fraught with danger. If he did not resolve these concerns, Long Fei would not dare to take the risk. Furthermore, within these 3 days, Long Fei had already felt that outside of this world, there were already streams of extremely tyrannical energy gathering. The enemy had arrived. With just a thought, Long Fei suddenly turned around. Judging from the time, they should be here by now. I wonder which world it will be this time? Long Fei said indifferently, his eyes looking towards the sky, and the corner of his mouth curled into a cold smile. From here, teleporting to the Star Demon realm would consume too much energy. Therefore, this was also the reason why Long Fei had not left for such a long time. He had to wait. Only after the people from the 10,000 realms had arrived would he be able to gather more of the hatred within him and disperse the danger in the Yang God realm. It was also at this time that the god of boundary-s that had chosen to stay behind began to become restless. My lord, we seem to be surrounded? I feel it too. What a powerful aura. It's only been 3 days and they're already here? Everyone opened their mouths, and their faces changed dramatically. Their perception of this world was limited. Long Fei had sensed something long ago, but they could not sense it until the other party arrived. This also showed that the people who came were very strong, at least, they weren't weaker than any one of the 1,000 god of boundary-s. Jiang Chunqiu's expression changed as well. However, Long Fei basically did not react at all, as he calmly looked outside in the air, completely unfazed. Seeing that, the god of boundary became even more anxious, some of them even spoke out. Lord, let's kill our way out now. That's right, Lord. If you sit still and wait for death, you will be extremely passive to us. Why not take the initiative to attack and carve out a path of blood? That's right, Lord, we'll be the first ones to clear the way. As these people spoke, their eyes were already filled with worry. They were afraid that the longer they lived, the worse it would be for them. So much so that some people looked at Long Fei with eyes full of distrust. After all, no matter how strong Long Fei was, he was still only a single person. But in front of him, even though the other party had already slaughtered his way to the door, Long Fei remained indifferent. Instinctively, they felt like Long Fei was lying to them. Because in the situation in front of him, if Long Fei was truly that powerful, if he could have killed the god of boundary instantly, he would have rushed out a long time ago. Long Fei's eyes moved slightly, seeing everyone's reaction. He chuckled. "Are you afraid?" Long Fei asked. These people could no longer be at ease. Their hearts had long since been dominated by fear. However, they would not dare to disobey him if he did not speak up. "Lord, we are not afraid. When we decided to stay, we had already handed over our lives. The reason why my brain is stuck on my pants is because I want to fight for a way out. But Lord, even if we die, we want to die from a fierce battle. It's not like now, where we are surrounded and killed by others." The moment Long Fei's voice fell, endless retorts sounded. In their eyes there was determination. Clenching their fists tightly, they looked like they wanted to fight to the death. "In the end, you're still afraid. You guys are afraid that I won't be able to bring you guys farther away. But it doesn't exist," Long Fei said indifferently. Full of confidence. "Lord, There were still people who wanted to defend themselves, their faces flushed red. Because that one sentence was immediately seen through by Long Fei. At that time, they had chosen to stay behind because they wanted to change the future of their world. They wanted to change their fate. But Long Fei's inaction caused them to panic, thinking that they had made the wrong choice. Only, before waiting for them to explain, Long Fei directly opened his mouth. "Don't worry, the words that I, Long Fei, have said are not without count. When I said I would take you on an expedition to the All-World, I meant an expedition to the All-World. Dumplings by someone else? It doesn't exist. They want to catch a turtle in a jar, but I didn't know that I was also waiting for them. As for the things that you all are worried about, they will definitely not appear," Long Fei said as he took a step forward. His gaze was icy cold. 1,000 god of boundary S were basically a total of unknown, but they still could not avoid a single path. "Master? Are we going to fight?" someone dared to ask. But Long Fei shook his head and said, "No, not yet. It's useless to make a move so early. There are too many clowns. If we don't beat them up at once, they will definitely not know what trembling is. If you want to fight, then let them know at once what fear is. It truly is respect," Long Fei said, after which he closed his eyes and sunk into silence. In the endless universe, the starry sky rippled. In the endless universe, the starry sky rippled. Streams of starlight flashed with incomparable brilliance. However, the stars were too vast. Even though the stars were bright and resplendent, it was difficult to cut through the darkness. Suddenly, in the darkness, a disk whistled past. "Ha ha ha, eldest nephew, I didn't expect you to be so powerful. You're even more powerful than Patriarch Hong Yi's other shore. I had originally thought that without the other shore, it would be difficult even for us to cross the starry sky. I didn't think that your millstone would be so awesome. I'm convinced." Li Yuanba, Lin Yuxing, Tianshui, Black Knife, Chen Tianfei, Arhut and a few other Vajra. Besides Aoya, all of them were on the plate, with no exception. On the other side was Zhang Yu, Li Wuxin, and Little Unrivaled. That's it. This is something made by my father. How can it not be awesome? He had a complacent look on his face, but soon after, he became gloomy. "Uncles, we came out to do something big this time. Men have to have a sense of responsibility. These trash from the space world actually dared to force us like this. I definitely won't take this lying down. Let's kill our way back," Little Unrivaled said. All right, let's fight our way back. Li Yuanba suddenly stood up. On his large bald head, there just happened to be a flash of starlight that reflected an endless amount of cold light. In the next moment, little Unrivaled controlled the millstone and flew away. At this time, in the 10,000 beast world, Long Fei still had his eyes closed. It allowed the air to be surrounded by flying machines. 1,000 God of Boundaries were extremely worried. In front of his eyes, he had become a powerful enemy. It wasn't excessive at all to say that the true all-world had descended. Jiang Chuanxiu could not stay calm either. Looking at the still inert Long Fei, his heart was moved. Long Fei was very strong. He believed that Long Fei could take care of everything. But now there were too many. Nearly 10,000 aircrafts had arrived. Moreover, the number was still increasing. "My lord," Jiang Chuanxiu said in a low voice. He did not dare to guess Long Fei's intentions, as he simply could not guess what Long Fei was planning in his heart. But now there were simply too many people in the 10,000 worlds. However, Long Fei remained silent and did not move, as if he did not hear anything. At this moment, the God of Boundary below was in an instant. "Humph, I think we followed the wrong person. He isn't as strong as we thought. Originally, I had thought that we would be able to live like humans once. But now, it seems that it's just a pipe dream. Following him means that we won't even have the chance to become dogs. If he doesn't do anything, we'll do it ourselves. Even if I die, I won't sit here and wait for death." Some people began to angrily berate him, and their hearts were filled with endless regret. His tone was filled with disappointment and contempt for Long Fei. But even so, Long Fei still did not move. Immediately, the God of Boundary flew out, holding a long blade in hand. It rushed forward. It was also at this time that a move was finally made outside the starry sky. Boom! A huge explosion sounded out, blowing up the entire 10,000 beast world. Tens of thousands of aircrafts appeared in front of everyone in an instant. "Damn, you're not joking, right? Just a few pieces of trash? Isn't it enough for me to kill him myself? Why did we gather so many people just for these few pieces of trash?" One figure after another walked out from the flying ship. Looking at Long Fei and the 1,000 God of Boundary, endless ridicule could be heard. And it was also at this time that the God of Boundary that had acted earlier also appeared in the air. "You dog, I will fight it out with you!" The God of Boundary roared and slashed down. However, before they could even get close to them, they were immediately intimidated by a ray of starlight. He was imprisoned in the void. Pow! Immediately after, the starlight turned into long whips, slashing onto the face of the God of Boundary. "Dog? Do you think you have the qualifications to do so? An insignificant world's God of Boundary, an existence akin to a slave, dares to say that? At most, you're just sending yourself to your death." At this moment, a figure walked out, exuding an extremely powerful aura. He walked step by step to the side of the God of Boundary. "Trash, how dare you attack? It's good that you're giving it to Laozi. Laozi is the Kai Yang Holy General of the Northern Dipper realm. I'm here on orders to kill the traitors. Anyone who dares to resist will be like this man, who can make a decisive decision." As Kai Yang spoke, he lifted his hand and pressed down his palm. But right at this moment, the shadow of a fist appeared. It caused the void to tremble. Kai Yang's expression changed. He didn't even have time to think before changing the direction of his palm strike. Boom! The two forces collided in the air. The palm print instantly shattered, and Kai Yang's body was sent flying backwards, even striking out into the void. And the owner of this fist shadow had also appeared. It was Long Fei. Long Fei's gaze remained calm as she continued to walk in the air. "You're so weak, and you still dare to challenge the Holy General? At the very least, you have to have a sense of propriety when you act tough," Long Fei said disdainfully. "Impudent! Boy, you still dare to make a move in front of us, The 10,000 worlds of the Northern Dipper? Do you know that you are provoking us? Humph, if you hadn't launched a sneak attack, would Kai Yang's holy general would have been hit by you? You reckless fool, once holy general Kai Yang arrives, I will immediately kill you. There's no need to wait, it's the same for us to take action. As long as we kill him, our world will be able to raise our rank by 100. Then what are we waiting for? It's just the ancient world's rebellion, let's attack together. Instantly, under the Big Dipper, the people from the myriad worlds all made their move. The absolute majority of them were God of Boundaries. It was only the world's God of Boundary below the Big Dipper realm, and its strength was only comparable to Long Fei's 1,000 God of Boundary. At this moment, they already knew that Long Fei was their target. The rebellion of the ancient world. Therefore, all of them seemed to be on stimulants as their killing intent surged. However, at this time, the God of Boundaries on Long Fei's side also rushed into the sky one after another. Without waiting for Long Fei's order, he immediately took action. As for Long Fei, he slowly walked to the side of the God of Boundary that was sealed, and with a casual tug, the restraining force formed by the starlight was immediately extinguished. He's a bit bloodthirsty, but he's not very obedient, Long Fei said indifferently, as he stared at the God of Boundary with interest. Immediately, this God of Boundary flushed red, ashamed beyond belief. My lord! Me. He wanted to explain, but was interrupted by Long Fei. You can avoid death, but you can't avoid death. This time, after conquering the 10,000 worlds, your ranking in the world is directly at the bottom. Are you convinced? Long Fei said. That person was stunned and his face turned bitter. But in the bitterness there was still endless excitement. Sir, it doesn't matter if we're ranked last. Our world just depends on war to survive. As long as I can fight, even if I, Wang Yun, die, I will have no regrets. Wang Yun, who was also the God of Boundary that Gu Zi had attacked earlier, said with a resolute expression. Long Fei laughed instead. Wang Yun, right? Expedition to 10,000 worlds isn't a joke. If you want to fight, then obediently raise your strength. But now, as Long Fei said that, his gaze turned and looked at the people from the 10,000 worlds of the Big Dipper. The slaughter has only just begun. Long Fei's words changed the conversation, and in an instant, his killing intent overflowed into the heavens. And then, he would charge straight into the million worlds of the Big Dipper. Long Fei's figure moved horizontally and horizontally. Long Fei's figure moved horizontally and horizontally. A fist exploded out, filled with nothing to look down upon. The violent energy instantly exploded and dispersed into the crowd of the Boundless Dipper. Puff, puff, puff. Several hundred God of Boundaries were directly crushed by Long Fei's fist. What kind of power is this? How is this possible? How is it possible for a single person's strength to reach such a level? He killed the God of Boundary like he was slaughtering dogs? I don't believe it. Instantly, the God of Boundary of the 10,000 worlds of the Big Dipper was stunned. He was completely dumbfounded. Long Fei violently attacked, killing them with a single punch, completely becoming a nightmare in their hearts. This was especially true of the ones who had been fighting to be the first to attack. Their faces were ashen. It was filled with fear. Such a Long Fei? Was it something they could deal with? Impossible. At the same time, what was shocked wasn't just them, but the God of Boundary of the 1,000 worlds on Long Fei's side. All of them were dumbstruck as well. The moment Long Fei took action, all of them were immediately eliminated. Is this the reason for the Lord's silence? Ha ha ha, we were wrong, we were really wrong. My Lord seemed to be very calm and composed before, but in truth, you've been hiding your murderous intent for quite some time now. Scram. What do you mean by harboring murderous intent? This is clearly a naked slaughter. 1,000 God of Boundaries looked on dumbfoundedly as they quietly retreated from the battlefield, watching Long Fei's violent actions. Jiang Chuanxiu kept swallowing his saliva. He already gave himself illusions to understand just how strong Long Fei was. But now, he understood. The man in front of him was someone he would never be able to capture. Even a shadow could not be caught. From the very beginning, Long Fei ruthlessly oppressed everyone, and then he killed all the beasts in the God of Boundary with a single punch. He thought that this was already the limit of what he could see. But now, he knew that this description was far from enough. Just like now, it was impossible to open it alone. He was completely the ruler of the battlefield. He wasn't fighting the enemy at all, but slaughtering them. Unilateral slaughter. That's too crazy. Following an adult in this world, what 10,000 worlds, what 9 great worlds, it's all a joke. Jiang Chunqiu was extremely excited. He felt that he had hugged the right leg this time. But at this time, Long Fei basically did not care about what they were thinking. Killing had already become the sole purpose in his heart. These past few days had been spent in a siege of 10,000 worlds. Just like Long Fei had said, they wanted to catch a turtle in a jar, and Long Fei wanted to wait for them. There were too few rabbits. How could he fill his stomach? How could he make the heavens fear him? As he thought of this, Long Fei's eyes became serious, and his eyes immediately covered all of the people from the 10,000 realms. Raging Dragon's Town. Long Fei coldly spoke as 4 words spat out from his mouth. However, as soon as these 4 words came out, the entire space was filled with space. They instantly went berserk. Roar! The body of a huge dragon that was tens of thousands of meters long suddenly appeared. As the dragon's eyes looked down, the moment it moved, hundreds and thousands of God of Boundaries were engulfed within. Boom! 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 One after another, sounds of shattering appeared. Under the might of the dragon, these people were instantly crushed. There was no surprise at all. Ding! As for Long Fei's side, the system's voice also appeared once again. It went berserk non-stop. However, Long Fei completely ignored him. The domination of the Raging Dragon Town had only just begun. The only thing he needed to know was the final number. At this time, the people of the 10,000 worlds of the Big Dipper had gone crazy. A complete riot. He had been acting arrogantly just a moment ago, with the face of a conqueror. Now that the city had completely changed, they were filled with grief and indignation. Each and every one of them was like headless flies that were madly scurrying about. Crazy escape. Flee. This is not human at all. Crazy. This kind of combat strength is not something we can withstand. We have to escape. Just now I thought it was a sneak attack. From the looks of it, not to mention the Kaiyang Holy General, even if the Big Dipper God of Boundary came, it would have died already. He didn't dare face Long Fei at all. Want to run? Impossible. A group of supreme beings like you were so arrogant when you shouted, and now you want to run away? It doesn't exist. Long Fei said indifferently. A decree that revered the world and ruled the heavens had directly set the ancient world as the enemy. This made Long Fei very unhappy. Being targeted from the very start, no one would feel comfortable. Just because he was from the ancient world, he could mock him? Just because of this, he could be considered a traitor? Who gave him the qualifications? The people Long Fei detested the most were people who were conceited and haughty. Just like the gods tried back then. So what if he was supreme? What about hegemony? In the end, it was still flipped over by him. But now, in the starry sky of the myriad realms, Long Fei still did not retreat. If he didn't accept it, then it meant just right. If the noble realms were powerful, then he would overturn them. If they were to engage in a 10,000 world war, then they would have to annihilate all worlds. And now it was only that step. That was annihilation. Therefore, Long Fei definitely would not let them escape. This time, Long Fei wanted to exterminate all of them. He wanted to make sure that all of the 10,000 worlds of the Big Dipper stayed here. In this battle, he wanted to let everyone under the heavens, in the 9 heavens and 10 earth, know that he, Long Fei, was not a soft persimmon. Thinking about it, Long Fei's hand turned heavy. The blade of God of Boundary slashed down heavily. At the same time, the power of the wild dragon exploded out. It whistled through the air, crushing everything in its path as it swept across the area with its enormous body. The body of the dragon howled as it moved through the void. Each scale was incomparably vicious, and emanated a boundless, oppressive power. Shwa shwa shwa. Rumble. Rumble. This time, the power of the raging dragon's town world was fully displayed. The god of boundary of the boundless Big Dipper had no way out. When the dragon's power swept past it, it immediately turned into a pool of blood, without any way to resist. In just a single breath, he had killed thousands of people. The entire void was dyed red with blood. The sea of blood surged and corpses rained down. All of a sudden, it became a purgatory of the human world. What a terrifying comparison! The remaining people instantly wailed in anguish. Ah, no! I don't want to die. I don't want to die. Damn it, the god of boundary of the Big Dipper, this is F** King bullshit. Is this what you call killing traitors? This is F** King asking us to die. Long Fei was too berserk. The strength level was not something they could compare with. Initially, he was brimming with confidence and wanted to build a successful career for himself. In the end, he realized that it was a huge pit. A pit that even a human could not fill with his life. Sir, you don't want me to kill us. That's right. There is always a debt to a wrongdoer. We were also forced to do so. If you want to look for the Big Dipper god of boundary, then look for the master of the Northern Dipper. In an instant, someone pleaded for mercy. Because escaping was already impossible. The only thing they could do was to beg for mercy. But on Long Fei's side, it would not work either. Begging for mercy? Why didn't you say you were when you shouted defeat in high spirits? Have you submitted now? No. If you think I'm a traitor, then I'll call the heavens a thief. Today I'm going to kill the thief. Long Fei pointed to the sky with his cold eyes. Long Fei pointed to the sky with his cold eyes. He pointed to the sky as a thief, domineering and disdainful. The domineering aura was incomparably violent. Damn, how domineering! My lord, this is what you are truly like. To think that the heavens are a thief, to kill a thief with a single word, my blood must be boiling. You're right. Blood is not yet cold, and the reward is for his lofty ambition. If your heart does not die, then why would you care about the vicissitudes of life? Pa! Stop acting cool. It's an adult who's amazing, not you. Below, the 1000 god of boundary S where Long Fei was at, had completely submitted. He was shocked by Long Fei's fighting strength, and at the same time moved by the unreconciled and unstoppable idea. All of them rubbed their hands together, their blood boiling. They couldn't wait to be the one fighting right now. At the same time, the faces of those from the 10,000 worlds of the Big Dipper were filled with endless hatred. As things stood, it was impossible for things to be good. They knew that this time, they had truly met an existence that they could not provoke. He would die if he touched it. Kid, don't be too arrogant. If you have the guts, let us go and do evil deeds for you. In front of you, you're not even an ant. That's right. If you have the guts, then spare us. Let me see how you kill those thieves. You even refer to the heavens, might thief. Why don't you just go up into the sky? The god of boundary of the 10,000 worlds of the Big Dipper said, one by one. As one was on the verge of death, one could say anything. Right now, they were purposely provoking Long Fei, wanting him to spare them. However, this kind of trick was child's play in front of Long Fei. Because they did not understand Long Fei at all. Honorable Zhou? Big Dipper god of boundary? Don't worry, I will go. But sadly your thoughts failed. I will not give you this chance. I never get threatened when I kill people. Of course, I won't be provoked. Die. Long Fei's pupils contracted as his killing intent surged. Next, another blade came slashing down. Another raging dragon surged out. Roar! The berserk dragon roared furiously as it flew about. The huge dragon body became the only object in this space. The remaining people of the boundless Big Dipper were immediately sucked into it, instantly dying and disappearing. As for Long Fei, there was not the slightest change on his face. Right now, he had already unlocked the second energy of the God of Boundary's blade and was able to unleash the limitless power of this blade's strike. The only thing that was used was the holy source value. But right now, Long Fei did not lack any holy sources. A set of the Raging Dragon's Town world could just take away the God of Boundary, and that was enough to make up for it. At this moment, the 10,000 worlds of the Big Dipper had been destroyed, and Long Fei's figure was the only one in the entire space. There were also the myriad realms aircrafts that completely vanished into nothingness during this battle. Ding! Congratulations to player Long Fei for killing the God of Boundary of the 10,000 worlds of the Big Dipper. You have received 168. 2 billion points of experience points, 17 billion points of Holy Source S, and 10,000 points of Berserk. At this moment, the system's voice rang out. Just as Long Fei had thought, it was immediately the final number. TSK Tisk, that's great. This is just one of the 10,000 worlds of the Big Dipper. There are still 7 other worlds, and there's still the Noble Realms. If this whole thing gets destroyed, it'll just be a huge upgrade. It's a pity that all that are coming are God of Boundaries. If all the power in this world were to come, then even if one of the 10 billion strong army only has a few thousand experience points, they would still be amazing. Long Fei thought. Incomparable excitement. To him, level was power. Especially after he had stepped into the super perfection, the degree of leap in power had even made Long Fei stupefied. This was too crazy. When he was at the 4th level of the Paragons, even if he used this wild dragon town, he could at most cause a small-scale annihilation. But now, he had truly shown what it meant to hold the world in check. Berserk Dragon 1, Boundless Cherry Blades. The 10,000 worlds of the Big Dipper were instantly destroyed. Furthermore, since Long Fei had stepped into this space, he had already planned to clash head-on with that person from the noble world. Therefore, it would be for the best if he could upgrade it by a certain level. However, following the annihilation of the 10,000 worlds of the Big Dipper, Long Fei knew that it was time to make a move. The battle for 10,000 worlds had just begun. The Big Dipper world was just an appetizer. To him, the real battlefield was still in the starry sky. Following that, Long Fei walked down from the sky step by step. Welcome, Lord Victorious Return. Lord, this is what I call invincibility. No wonder my lord is indifferent and has been waiting. So it turns out that we've already prepared to keep all of them here. I knew it. Lord, when you attacked, you would be able to do it with ease. Thousand Realm God of Boundary was overjoyed. This was especially true for Wang Yun. His face had already turned a deep shade of red. He felt that in front of Long Fei, his previous performance was simply idiotic. She was filled with righteous indignation, and even blamed Long Fei for not taking action. But now, he had been slapped in the face by Long Fei. It perfectly explained what it meant to have a handsome posture and to be fast when attacking. There was no way to compare at all. This sort of backhanded attack would turn the heaven and earth into a thief. With a single attack, 10,000 worlds would be annihilated. This kind of domineering aura had already become the dream of his entire life. Plop! A loud sound echoed out. Wang Yun kneeled down on the ground. Lord, Wang Yun's life is yours from now on. Wang Yun was extremely excited. His fists clenched tightly as he looked at Long Fei, as though he was looking at the hope of life. Long Fei was startled and his back tensed up. A chill swept through his heart. Don't be so nervous. When you leave this place, you will be my Long Fei's brothers. I said that I'll take you out into the starry sky and wipe out all the worlds. That's what I'll do. Long Fei said. This gaze from Wang Yun was truly unbearable to the extreme. Instinctively, he pulled Jiang Chuanxiu in front of him. Now that the people from the Big Dipper world have been settled, we're also preparing to set off. The next destination is the Star Demon Realm. Long Fei said. The goal is extremely clear. As Long Fei's words fell, the eyes of the thousand god of boundaries before them suddenly shone with rays of bright light. At this time, at the center of the universe, within the 10,000 Worlds Great Hall, the Emperor's eyes opened once more. Trash, rice bucket? Long Fei? A trash like you actually has the heart to overturn the heavens? If I had known earlier, I would have killed you in the ancient world. Master Zhou was infuriated. Supreme Realm is the highest realm and he is the god of boundary of the noble world. Standing in the middle of the universe, he could feel the information going back to the myriad world. He was the first to sense the destruction of the 10,000 worlds of the Big Dipper. That was why he was so furious. Suddenly, at this moment, a figure entered the hall with a look of shame and fear on his face. Honored Zhou. Me. Pow. Just as the other party was about to speak, he was interrupted by a palm strike from the Emperor. You what? You still dare to come here? The Big Dipper was actually destroyed by thousands of people? What's the use of real face keeping you? The king said coldly. This man was the god of boundary of the Big Dipper. I was careless this time. I humbly request that you give me another chance. This time, the Big Dipper will personally make a move, and it will definitely give you a satisfactory answer. Beidou said with a gloomy look in his eyes. Towards Long Fei, his heart was equally resentful. Good. This time, either you die or he dies. Zun Zhou slightly nodded and said in a low voice. Beidou didn't dare to say anything else. He heavily kowtowed, then turned around and left. And at this time, the world of the 9 great powerhouses was completely shocked. Long Fei's name, after this battle, shook the 9 heavens and 10 earth. Star Demon Realm, Stellar Hall. Star Demon Realm, Stellar Hall. As a super strong realm, the Star Demon Realm had an extremely high status, and because of his marriage with a noble realm, he had even boasted that he was the king of shoulder to shoulder, becoming an existence only inferior to a noble realm. Thus, even the palace itself was extremely tall. The entire thing was a star forging. It was incomparably vast and vast. Not only that, outside of the constellations, there were also countless formations supporting it. The light was so dazzling that it filled the entire sky. Boom. But at this moment, an explosion sounded from the palace. On top of it, the Star Demon, god of boundary, had a frosty expression. Long Fei? Ancient world? A mere trash actually went so berserk? And you actually threatened to attack my Star Demon realm? The face of the Star Demon, god of boundary, was abnormally cold. Just a moment ago, the news of Ji Zun exterminating Long Fei had traveled all the way to the 10,000 worlds of the Big Dipper, and even the news that Long Fei was about to attack the Star Demon realm had spread across the entire sky. That was why the Star Demon god of boundary was so angry right now. Sire, there's no need to worry. He's just a brat who's still wet behind the ears. Our Star Demon realm is not something that the trash world can compare to. The god of boundary of the 10,000 worlds of the Big Dipper is only equivalent to the strength of our Star Demon generals. It's not even worth mentioning. To destroy the 10,000 worlds of the Big Dipper, we don't need too many Star King. We only need 5 people to accomplish it. Within the Great Hall, a few core members of the Star Demon realm spoke. The expression on the face of the Star Demon, god of boundary, finally eased up a bit. But, no matter what, My star demon realm's face cannot be slapped. A mere civilization turned into trash, and you dare say that you can't go against my star demon realm? That's right, my king. Let us take action and bring back that brat's head. The few of them spoke with a haughty tone. It was as if he did not put Long Fei in his eyes at all. All right, I'll leave it to you. However, I still can't underestimate it. This brat is also arrogant, actually allowing the 10,000 beast world's god of boundary to leave, leaving behind only 1,000 pieces of trash. With just these people alone, they were able to destroy the 10,000 worlds of the Big Dipper. I can see that this boy is not simple at all. The star demon god of boundary said. Then, his expression changed, and he suddenly thought of something. No, this kid killed a 10,000 beast god of boundary. If that's the case, you won't be able to take it. The star demon god of boundary's rage disappeared, and he started to analyze Long Fei. In his heart, he was the same as these star demon kings. He did not care about Long Fei at all. Moreover, his strength was far above the average, strong realm god of boundary. Just like what these star demon kings had said, 5 star kings would be sufficient to annihilate the entire world. This was power. This was confidence. Take the star demon realm for example. Even the star demon king could only count as the second stage of the corpse. Above star demon emperor was him. With this kind of strength, it was enough to make him look down on the heavens. Only, Long Fei's power was too bizarre, causing him to be somewhat cautious. Therefore, when he thought about how Long Fei had killed the 10,000 beast god of boundary, he immediately overturned his previous decision. The faces of several of the star demon kings changed as they exclaimed, "That is unlikely. The strength of the 10,000 beast god of boundary is even stronger than the star demon emperor. If that's really the case, then why would the evil emperor allow us to suppress it?" Suddenly, a star demon king spoke. There was a look of disbelief on his face. After all, Long Fei was someone who walked out of the ancient world. There are some things that involve too many things. This kid's name is Long Fei. He might be related to the demon from before the civilization. Therefore, I still can't leave this matter to you. Let the 5 emperors do it. The combined power of the 5 emperors, and you all should be absolutely safe now. The star demon god of boundary said. Following that, the star demon god of boundary was executed. Alright, you guys can go now. I have already informed the 5 emperors that they will be coming out soon to lend them a helping hand. The star demon god of boundary said. Immediately, a few of the star demon kings were overjoyed. He was just about to open his mouth and prepare to attack. Suddenly, the entire astral palace shook. Rumble. Like an earthquake, the entire stellar palace began to shake. The face of the star demon, god of boundary, went cold. Do you want to die? You actually dare to attack my star demon realm? Could it be that Long Fei is already here? It's great that he's here. Let's go out and kill him. The faces of the few star demon kings were filled with rage. The same went for the star demon god of boundary. The rage that had just subsided once again rose abruptly. Killing intent surged. Bastard, you're tired of living. It just so happens that this god of boundary will directly eliminate him. With a wave of his long sleeve, the star demon, god of boundary, turned into specks of starlight and instantly disappeared. And at this moment, atop the stellar palace, a huge millstone was continuously bombarding the astral palace. Haha, fun. A palace built from stars is not that bad. It's so resistant to being beaten up. And what sort of trash array is this? It's simply not even worth a single blow. Even the millstone wouldn't be able to defend itself. A tender voice resounded through the void. He was incomparably arrogant. Little Unrivaled controlled the wheel with one hand and released the super force of Ming Clan with the other. They were like the devils of the void, incomparably powerful. Behind him, Li Yuanba and the rest looked at each other. TSK, so you really are the boss seed. I like this kind of arrogance. Haha, who says it isn't? I seem to have seen the rise of another boss. I have a feeling that before long, the entire starry sky will tremble because of little Woody. Li Yuanba, Lin Yuxing and the rest said. He too had a relaxed expression. However, his eyes were focused on his surroundings, ready to fight. At this time, little Unrivaled seemed to be tired of playing around. A sinister killing intent flashed across his immature face. Bastards of the Star Demon Realm? Get out here right now. I'm here for my revenge. Little Unrivaled Super Hottie shouted. In the blink of an eye, the wheel in his hand shone with a brilliant light. The power of the god of Underworld, the power of evil, as well as the power of the era and the power of the other shore, exploded out in an instant. Rumble. In a split second, the astral palace began to collapse. However, at this moment, a pair of large hands broke through the stars from the stellar palace. With a fierce movement, he directly held the wheel in his hand. The expression on Little Unrivaled's face changed. It was incomparably heavy. Evil power of the god of Underworld, explode. Little Unrivaled let out a sound, and waves of power emanated from his body, as if he was one with the release wheel. However, what happened next caused Little Unrivaled to panic even more. This was because this power was completely useless. The entire roulette was tightly grasped within that large hand, unable to be pulled out. You're courting death. I thought that Long Fei, that bastard, had come to die? I didn't expect it to be you, Ants. The voice of the star demon god of Boundary sounded out. Immediately after, the figure of the star demon god of Boundary appeared. The few star demon kings followed closely behind. Sire, these are the ants that are trying to break free from the control of my star demon realm. That 10,000 worlds chasing order was also issued by the demon lord I sat on. Suddenly, a star demon king looked at Li Yuanba and the others and said, People of the sun god world? The star demon god of Boundary's eyes moved as it said coldly. The starry sky rumbled as enormous stars flashed, enveloping the entire star demon realm. The starry sky rumbled as enormous stars flashed, enveloping the entire star demon realm. The star demon god of Boundary had even become the only protagonist of this world. Countless starlight descended and poured into his body, causing his aura to become even more mysterious and powerful. You want to break free from the control of my star demon realm with just this little power? They still dare to attack back? I really want to know, do you all know how to write the word dead? The star demon, the god of Boundary, said arrogantly. Starlight circulated all over his body and a halo of light enveloped him, instantly attracting everyone's attention. The expression on Little Unrivaled's face kept changing, with caution written all over it. You are the leader of the Star Demon Realm? Little Unparalleled said lightly. His face was young, but his tone was firm. The Star Demon god of Boundary remained indifferent and silent, its eyes were like the stars, and it looked like a demon. It was extremely strange. However, behind him, those star demon kings could no longer endure it. Kid, whose family are you from? You actually came to my star demon realm to behave atrociously. TSK, I remember that those mothers of yours are not bad. Why didn't they bring them over to show us their filial piety? Ha ha ha, but at the same time, if I catch you, how can I be afraid that those few young girls won't appear? TSK, I get excited just thinking about this old man. A few of the Star Demon Kings laughed. Incomparable lust. There was even a hint of vulgarity in the laughter. In an instant, Li Yuanba and the rest looked as cold as ice. This sort of thing was intolerable. Even if insulting them sounded bad, they could still tolerate it. But since it involved Long Fei and his own sister-in-law, this matter would definitely not be tolerated. Instantly, Li Yuanba made his move. With one step, he transformed into a giant that was dozens of meters tall and emanated an explosive will to fight. Astral energy. Boom! Asterisk with a loud roar, Li Yuanba's body instantly swept out, his fist striking out. In the beginning, Li Yuanba's power was already clear on the essence of power. Although it looked ordinary, it was shockingly powerful. Now that he'd fused the energy from the astral energy, it had become even sharper and more imposing. However, the people from the Star Demon realm did not understand that when they saw such a light punch from Li Yuanba, they did not take it to heart. With just this bit of strength, you still dare to attack? This king does not need the arrival of a star demon to kill you. Blade of the Stars. Kill. In an instant, a Star King took action. With a wave of his hands, a beam of starlight descended from the skies. It directly turned into a long sword in the hands of this Star Demon King. And then it landed heavily. Sigh. Asterisk with a crisp explosion, Star Demon King's sword clashed directly with Li Yuanba's fist in the air. But unexpectedly, Li Yuanba's punch was like a super treasure, unbreakable. His stellar sword was completely unable to pierce through it. Not only that, it was even destroyed by the explosive power of the fist. Crack, crack, crack. Pieces of cracks appeared one after another. Star Demon King's expression changed. I have some power, but that's all. Look at my Star Demon fist. The Monster King was still as proud as ever, completely disregarding this matter. He was extremely confident in his own strength. Immediately after, his hands moved, and streams of strength began to converge. But right at this moment, Li Yuanba suddenly accelerated all of a sudden. No need, Laozi doesn't have time to watch your performance. You should just lie down. Li Yuanba said brazenly. And then, his fist closed in. Boom. Asterisk Star Demon King's body was instantly penetrated by Li Yuanba's fist. Blood splattered everywhere. Star King silently lowered his head, his eyes filled with shock as he saw a bloody hole appearing in his chest. You and me. The Star King's face was filled with terror, but before he could finish his sentence, his neck tilted and he fell to the ground dead. Instantly, after this scene, the remaining Star King's countenance changed. You're courting death. You actually dare to make a move in my Star Demon realm? You're dead, you're all dead. Not only will you all die, I will also cripple all of your cultivations, attract those women, and humiliate them in front of all of you. The Star Demon King of the Star Demon realm was unable to contain his anger. What was this? Killing a stellar king right in front of their eyes was simply a slap to their faces. You're courting death. At this time, Li Wuxin walked out with a murderous look on his face. If it wasn't for Long Fei, he wouldn't be here. If it wasn't for Long Fei, he would still be the trash of the Li family, the Heavenly Emperor's Ascension sect. He was just a piece of trash that could be thrown away at any moment when others called for him. It was Long Fei who gave him a new lease on life. Thus, in his eyes, Long Fei was supreme and unparalleled, and Long Fei's woman was equivalent to Long Fei. To bewitch his sister-in-law is to touch his reverse scale. He absolutely could not tolerate it. Swish. With a thought, Li Wuxin directly slashed out. The destructive sword intent instantly annihilated the void, locking down on one of the Star Demon Kings. This is bad. The Star Demon King also had a reaction and was about to make his move. Unfortunately, it was already too late. Swish. A cold sword light. As the sword beam descended, one of the Star King's body was directly sliced in half. Come on, let's talk about it later. Who's going to say it again? Who the hell are you trying to kill? The more Li Wuxin spoke, the colder his killing intent grew. At this moment, the remaining King Kong and Zhang Yu also took a step forward and united their forces. They used their actions to directly express their attitude. For a moment, all of the Star Demon Kings in the Star Demon realm went silent. A pair of eyes stared fixedly at the group of people. But no one spoke. They were scared. They truly felt fear. Kill them. I want to see who you guys can kill here. But right at this moment, the star demon god of boundary spoke. With a cold snort, both of his hands suddenly fell from the sky. Rumble! In an instant, an incomparably huge pressure suddenly appeared. It was as if all the power in this world was concentrated on this palm. He suppressed Li Wuxin and the others. Let me do it. Chen Tianfei suddenly took a step forward. He was a holy armor King Kong, so he had defense. In an instant, streams of power burst out from Chen Tianfei's body. The various divine armors that he had previously cultivated exploded at this moment, turning into an area with absolute defense. They forcibly withstood the pressure of the star demon god of boundary. For a moment, the remaining people heaved a sigh of relief. Tianfei, can you hold on? Don't force yourself. I'll bring little Woody down. We need to leave. The Sky Spirit said directly. All right, I can take care of it. You two take Little Unrivaled and leave first. Remember, you must protect Little Unrivaled well. Any of us can die, but Little Unrivaled can't. Chen Tianfei said with unswerving determination. Everyone understood. Everyone knew the importance of Little Unrivaled. That was especially true of the Sky Spirit. At that moment it suddenly disappeared. When he reappeared, he would immediately be by Little Unrivaled's side. Let's go. The Sky Spirit grabbed Little Unrivaled and was about to leave. But before he could do anything, a streak of starlight instantly gathered on his body. Run? You want to leave after killing my people? He wanted the god of boundary to be cold and merciless. He wanted the god of boundary to be cold and merciless. Just like the cold starlight, the frost mountain's frost iron. The Sky Spirit's body shook, and a great pressure immediately locked him down. Humph, you're not a human, you're not an immortal or a ghost? What a special body form. But it's the same, he's just a piece of trash in front of me. Stellar chains, suppress them. The star demon, god of boundary, roared. Then, he moved the tip of his right hand. Crash. The rays of starlight descended upon them. Moreover, this action did not affect the strength of his left hand. The gigantic palm on his left hand continued to release an endless amount of pressure on Chen Tianfei and the others. It was as though he was in complete control. He didn't feel any pressure at all as he directly crushed both sides. Moreover, it was an absolute crushing defeat. At this moment, the body of the heavenly spirit was directly penetrated by streams of astral light. Its 8 extraordinary meridians and the shoulder blade were all penetrated. It was as if a chain that connected the heavens was being used to imprison the Sky Spirit. Even if the heavenly spirit power was unique, it still wouldn't be able to break free at this moment. He was immediately imprisoned. You still want to run away? If I don't make a move, do you really think that there's no one left in my star demon realm? As for those trash, even if they die too. My star demon realm's star king is as many as the hairs on an ox. It's nothing to worry about. The star demon god of boundary said, filled with disdain. It was as if he was allowing Li Yuanba and the others to freely attack. Otherwise, not a single one of his men would have died. Immediately afterwards, the gaze of the star demon god of boundary directly looked at little Invincible. Everyone is protecting you, right? It seems your identity is quite special. It looks like your talent and the power of your blood vein are ridiculously strong. However, my favorite thing is to kill geniuses. But before you die, I will make use of your waste. I also happen to want to know how devastatingly beautiful those women were. When the time comes, I will let them have fun under my crotch. Ha ha. How about it? Is this scene really that fun? The star demon god of boundary said, incomparably arrogant. Instantly, little Wu's eyes turned blood-red. It was full of blood and slaughter. You old bastard! How dare you insult my family members? Die! Little Unrivaled's voice was still young and tender, but it was filled with a kind of hoarse hollowness. It was as if he had come from the depths of hell. At the same time, little Unrivaled's aura suddenly changed, and the endless power of the god of underworld blended together with the exploding evil energy in an instant. And in the air, the figure of a god of underworld appeared. Outside of his body, there were rolling evil energies, incomparably terrifying. Turn god of underworld over! Little Unrivaled let out a loud shout. Rumble! Instantly, the body of the god of underworld that was floating in the air turned around abruptly, an evil light burst out from his eyes. The expression on the star demon god of boundary froze. But soon after, it burst into a wild joy. Ha ha ha, this power? It can't be any better. Now I've changed my mind. I will let you live and become my puppet to gather the evil power of 10,000 worlds for me. The stars are the prison. Subdue! The star demon, god of boundary, laughed maniacally. Unable to suppress the desire in his heart any longer, he made his move immediately. Boom! Rumble! Rumble! All of a sudden, the void was blocked, and the stars were like fire, chasing after the void. Finally, he firmly encircled the god of underworld's body that was formed from the power of the little Invincible. Boom! The starfire instantly spread down, and under this power, the god of underworld's body instantly started to melt. Streams of astral fire directly burned the god of underworld's body. What was even more terrifying was that little Unrivaled's body began to melt. No! The sky spirit roared, glared at him, and struggled with all its might. However, the more he struggled, the stronger the restraining force of the star chains became. In just a moment, the sky spirit had turned into a bloody figure. His body was dripping with blood as he continuously fell from the sky. It was also at this time that the strength on Chen Tianfei's body could finally no longer withstand this monstrous might. His body continued to bend forward, and blood flowed out from the corner of his mouth. Ah! Save little Unrivaled. Don't worry about me. Hurry up and save Unrivaled. Chen Tianfei roared. He heavily knelt on the ground. Ka! The bones of his legs were fractured, his knees were shattered, and all the bones in his body had broken through his flesh. The ghastly bones were mixed with his flesh, and it was a shocking sight to behold. I'll kill you. Die. Your father wants your life. 1. Following after Chen Tianfei's power was broken, Li Yuanba and the rest flew up into the sky, ignoring everything else as they pounced. You're just an ant. What's the use of having so many people? However, the star demon god of boundary was dismissive. It directly shot back, and an indescribable radiance instantly materialized in its eyes. Roar! Suddenly, a furious roar filled the air. All that could be seen was an astral demon that abruptly roared in the air. Boom! 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 With a face full of grimoire, Li Yuanba and the rest were immediately knocked away by the astral spirit demon. All of them fell into pools of blood. No more fighting power. TSK young world? It's nothing more than that. I thought he was so awesome. They're just a bunch of trash. The star demon, god of boundary, said coldly, his face full of ridicule. However, Li Yuanba and the others still did not want to give up at this moment. Extreme indignation. Extreme hatred. Trash. You still want to save someone even now? Alright, then why don't you all kneel down for me? Obediently bark at me like a dog. When I first gave you a chance to be human, it was better to not be a slave than a dog. But unfortunately, I don't even have the right to be a slave. You can only be dogs. The star demon god of boundary ridiculed. And at this moment, below the skies, the people from the star demon realm and the few star demon kings from before also had incomparably excited looks on their faces. Ha ha, you've learned enough? Did you not hear my king's words? If you don't bark like a dog, this little bastard will die. Hee, with this kind of strength, you actually dared to come knocking on my door. You truly do not know life from death. Just like that old goo in the star cage, both of them are lowly bones. It's good now, you don't even need to be a slave anymore. Just be a dog. One voice after another was filled with scorn and ridicule. Li Yuanba and the rest had faces full of grief and indignation. His eyes were filled with killing intent, but when he saw that in the sky, he was already incomparably weak and was about to be burned by the astral fire, causing him to finally lower his head. Did we scream? You can let him go just like that? Li Yuanba said in a serious tone. You dog, do you have a choice? If I tell you to scream, you have to scream. The voice of the star demon god of boundary sunk as he suddenly exerted more strength in his hands, causing the star flame to instantly explode. No. No, I scream. Li Yuanba's tiger-like eyes were filled with tears. His 7 orifices were ignited by anger and hatred, causing blood to flow out. It was at this moment that little unrivaled super hottie opened his eyes, tears streaming down his face. No, 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 big uncle, no, 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 no. Little Unrivaled shrieked miserably. Little Unrivaled shrieked miserably. He felt endless regret. He knew that all of this was because of his willfulness. If it wasn't for the fact that he thought he had a bit of cultivation, he would have insisted on bringing a few people to the Star Demon realm to seek revenge for himself. All of this would never happen. They did not need to face the incomparably terrifying Star Demon god of boundary to be injured. They would also not allow Li Yuanba and the others to suffer humiliation. Please, uncle, don't scream. I am the son of Long Fei. I am the invincible dragon. I can die, but I absolutely cannot live on with your dignity. My father is a hero of the world, his son cannot be a bear. Little Unrivaled shrieked and cried. His throat had already dried up and his voice was hoarse. But Li Yuanba and the rest were constantly shaking their heads. Woof woof! Li Yuanba roared twice. His heart had already been shattered. His once unbridled pride, his domineering demeanor, his dignity that did not cower and harden, were now completely gone. Woof woof! Woof! Again and again. Black Knife, Li Wuxin, Lin Yuxing, no one had the slightest hesitation. They had no other choice. As long as Little Unrivaled lived, they would have no doubts even if they died, let alone barking like a dog. Ah, kill me! You bastard, kill me if you dare! Otherwise, one day, I will be worse than someone who massacred your star demon realm and become a beast of the stars, forever suppressing the depths of reincarnation. Little Unrivaled was close to going crazy, screaming non-stop. But at this time, these words seemed extremely feeble and feeble. But at this moment, the star demon god of boundary suddenly stopped what it was doing. Boom! Boom! The starlight that filled the sky instantly disappeared. Long Fei, I didn't expect you to be related to that traitor from the ancient world. Ha! The heavens are truly helping me. As long as you two are here, I don't believe that Long Fei, that dog, won't come. The star demon, god of boundary, had an ecstatic expression. No such arrogance. In the next moment, the stellar king moved his hands as he directly received the incomparably thick starlight. However, the starlight landed on Little Unrivaled's body. Ha ha, you want to turn me into a beast of the stars? Who do you think you are? Are you the Lord of Samsara? Trash! But now, I will turn you into a star demon, and at that time, Long Fei will personally kill you. Ha ha ha, father killed his son. This must be an earth-shattering scene. The star demon god of boundary said with incomparable viciousness. Ha ha, our king is truly a man of heaven. He can even think of such a perfect plan. Ha ha, this is too good. For a father to kill his son, just thinking about it makes him feel extremely good. I can't wait to see that bastard Long Fei here. The people from the Star Demon realm laughed maniacally once again, their eyes filled with mad laughter. Liu and Ba and the rest tensed up, rage erupting from them. No, no! Liu and Ba roared. However, it was completely useless. He was already heavily injured, and the fact that he could survive was because the Star Demon God of Boundary had long thought of using them as bait. Hence, they could only watch helplessly as Little Unrivaled in the sky gradually turned into a star demon. In the universe, on a barren star, Luluashi, who was in the midst of training, suddenly sobbed silently. He couldn't stop it at all. Sister Lu, what's wrong? Elder sister, what's wrong? Instantly Yuro, Aoya, and the others hurriedly asked. My heart hurts. It hurts. It hurts. Luluashi forced himself to open his mouth and say. However, the moment he opened his mouth, he immediately fainted, as if he had suffered an extremely heavy blow. Yuro's face darkened, as if she had thought of something, and her hand cut straight through the heaven-mending realm's space. Then she began to sense what was happening. But in an instant, her face turned deathly pale. Not good, Little Unrivaled, Yuro said. So. In an instant, Aoya, Hongchuya, and the others hurriedly stood up, and their figures began to travel back and forth across the entire planet. Even the little brat didn't stay idle and began to search. But the result could be imagined. No gains. It seems like something has happened to Little Unrivaled. The mother and child are connected. Sister Lu's current performance has explained everything. I only hope that everything is in time. Let's go to the Star Demon realm, Aoya and the others said. Finally, they fixed their eyes and moved on. However, right now, the other shore's boat was useless. They could only rely on their own strength to traverse the void. On the other side, a gigantic drone flew through the air. Boundless stars whizzed past him. This flying ship was precisely where Long Fei was. After exterminating the 10,000 worlds of the Big Dipper, Long Fei couldn't wait to start again. He had even personally built a flying machine. A different kind of flying machine. Just by looking at it, it was extremely similar to the fighters on Earth. On the fuselage there were even a few large words. J-28. Inside the flying ship, a type of god of boundary was already burning with impatience, its eyes filled with fighting spirit. Jiang Chunqiu was excited as well. He was confident that this time, he would definitely be able to help the great Yang world move forward. But at this moment, Long Fei, who was closing his eyes, suddenly opened them. Then, his face flushed. Puff! Long Fei spat out a mouthful of blood. Everyone panicked and was about to move forward. But Long Fei waved his hand to stop it. Puff, puff, puff. With another few mouthfuls of blood, Long Fei became weaker. In fact, there were even tears of blood flowing out of his eyes. Blood and tears. Heavens, what just happened? Milord. Everyone was worried, but Long Fei did not say a single word. However, his eyes were like frost as they carried no emotion. If there was one emotion that could describe it, it would be killing intent. A monstrous killing intent. It was hundreds of times more powerful than it had been when it had destroyed the entire million realms of the Big Dipper. Invincible. My son. Long Fei endured the pain in his heart and spoke with a hoarse voice. In that moment before, an extremely terrifying scene suddenly burst out in front of Long Fei's eyes. Moreover, in his heart, he could hear Little Unrivaled's cries for help. That voice was pale and powerless. There was endless anticipation and desire. It was as if he was begging. Thus, Long Fei was jolted awake. However, the images did not stop there. He saw his brothers fall one by one. He saw his son gradually losing himself under some kind of power. Until the very end, when all the sound had disappeared, only then did Long Fei's soul violently shake. Following which, he started to vomit blood from his heart. Let's go, fire with all our strength. Star Demon Realm, all of you better pray that Little Unrivaled is safe and sound. Otherwise, even if I have to overturn this world, I will annihilate your star demon realm and leave not a single blade of grass behind. Long Fei said in a serious tone. The crowd of God of Boundaries also guessed the reason behind Long Fei's anger at this moment. No one dared to say anything. However, the only thing they knew in their hearts was that the sky was falling. Star Demon Realm, in front of the Star Palace. Star Demon Realm, in front of the Star Palace. The people from the Star Demon Realm were all extremely excited, their eyes filled with malevolence. I just found out that the traitor of the 10,000 realms was actually the leader of these people, following the orders of the Great Master. TSK, back then, that traitor was the one who called himself the Young God Realm. Don't you know about this? You actually dare to boast about attacking my Star Demon Realm. You really don't know whether you're dead or alive. These people were incomparably savage, their eyes cold and sinister. This time, his brothers are hanging in the sky like dogs. The endless star chains are hooked onto them, and every day they burn their muscles and bones. And it's his son who carries it out. I wonder what his reaction would be when he sees this scene. The people from the Star Demon Realm looked up into the sky and saw that Li Yuanba and the rest were trapped in the middle of the stars. All of them were incomparably weak. Their bodies were riddled with wounds and dripping with blood. Not only that, there were even astral flames that burned unceasingly, bombarding their bodies time and time again. But Li Yuanba and the rest did not say a word. There was not a single scream. In order to be invincible, they could lose their dignity, crawl on the ground, kneel, and bark like dogs. However, he would never beg for his life. This was their last faith. However, in the depths of their eyes, an inexhaustible grief gushed forth. They stared at the demonic spirit in the air, which was unceasingly spitting out astral flames. They were filled with an incomparable hatred. Haha, that's it. Branded this scene with a star stone and then walked through the void. I don't believe that dog Long Fei won't come. Also, release the image of his brother barking like a dog. Also, the image of that brat being burned by our king has been released. Those women will definitely not be able to hold it in. After our king enjoys it, it will be our plaything. The people from the Star Demon Realm laughed, their lustful gazes sweeping across their faces. Very quickly, amidst their laughter, many people from the Star Demon Realm spread the starstones one by one. And at this time, in the endless void, a flying ship was swiftly shuttling through space. Stars whizzed past behind him. Long Fei's expression was overcast, since the last time, her face did not have a smile anymore. Not a single person from the 1,000 God of Boundary, including Jiang Chuanqiu, spoke up. He didn't dare to do it at all. The aura being emitted from Long Fei's body was too tyrannical, and was frighteningly ice-cold. It was as if the killing intent of the stars in the sky had gathered together. Killing intent filled the sky. Even within the aircraft, they could feel waves of coldness. It was as if he was beneath a glacier. The coldness was bone-chilling. Lord, things might not be as bad as you think. Moreover, we have now entered the sphere of influence of the Star Demon Realm. We will arrive within the boundaries of the great Yang world in a short while. At that time, we will stop for a short while, and furthermore, let my great Yang realm's God of Boundary open a passage. We will be able to directly enter the domain of the Star Demon Realm. Jiang Chunqiu braced himself and said, if it wasn't necessary, he would rather be a mute. And also didn't want to face Long Fei at this time. Long Fei nodded. No matter how powerful the flying shuttle was, it definitely wasn't as fast as the spatial passageway. Moreover, Long Fei remembered that there was still one more mission related to the Great Sun Realm. The rewards were also very generous. Thus, it was necessary to stay in the Great Yang world at this time. Furthermore, Long Fei was also clear that her current state was extremely unstable. His state of mind was in chaos. Long Fei also needed to adjust. At this time, Jiang Chuanqiu also heaved a sigh of relief. After obtaining Long Fei's permission, he immediately controlled the flying machine to change the direction. They flew directly toward the Great Sun Realm. Somewhere, mountains. The mountains were overlapping, and the stars were towering. An enormous statue towered over the mountain. Stars covered the sky, illuminating the entire mountain. Damn Jiang Chuanxiu! He actually sold out our great young world just like that. It doesn't matter if he dies. We shouldn't implicate our great young world. What is he? He can also represent our great young world? Is he even worthy of swearing on his luck with the world spirit? He's just an elder. If it wasn't for the fact that he has some connections with the goddess of our great sun world, how could he even be fit to lead a group of elders? Beneath the statue, the rest of the great sun realm cultivators were enraged. He was furious. All of them were denouncing Jiang Chunqiu. It was all rejection. In the middle of the crowd, a person was sitting under a statue. Silence. Hearing the voices of the crowd, a complex look appeared in his eyes. In a trance, this person looked at the sculpture before him, and his face became even more solemn. All of you, shut up. In an instant, everyone fell silent. The moment this person spoke, it was an absolute ban. Because he was the great sun realm's god of boundary. Don't even mention it, Jiang Chunqiu. He is just trash who relies on the halo of the goddess. Is it because the Jiang family can rise to prominence in the ancient times because of the goddess? Our favor in return is already enough. Now that Long Fei has been attacked by the 10,000 realms, the Star Demon realm has even grasped onto Long Fei's weak point. They are doomed to lose, and what we need to do now is to distance ourselves from Jiang Chuanqiu as soon as possible. The great sun god of boundary, Zhongshan said. Everyone immediately acknowledged his words. What Lord God of Boundary has said is right. Jiang Chuanqiu is a black sheep, leaving him alive is a black sheep. Right, let's put aside our relationship. Otherwise, we will also be envied by the Star Demon realm and become enemies of the 10,000 world. Bastard, you are practically pushing us, the Star Demon realms, to the abyss. Countless voices appeared, all at the same time. It was at this moment that an aircraft suddenly broke in from the void. Ha ha ha, great sun world, I, Jiang Chunqiu, have finally returned. Immediately after, Jiang Chuanqiu's figure flew down from the airship. His face was filled with excitement as he looked at the familiar scene before him, and his heart trembled. Everyone, the chance for our great young world has come. Jiang Chuanqiu couldn't wait any longer. He wanted to share his achievements. In his view, he could establish a relationship with Long Fei. This was simply a monstrous opportunity. This was especially so after he had witnessed Long Fei's power. He was even more determined to use this as an opportunity for the great young world to break through the stars. Thus, he wanted to show off right after returning. Oh? Opportunity? Tell me, what kind of opportunity is this? No one spoke, only the great young god of boundaries spoke. However, Jiang Chuanqiu was completely unable to perceive the coldness in the great sun god of boundaries' tone and was still full of zest. God of boundary Zhong, this time, I brought a super strong boss to our great young world. This is a real boss. Awesome. This is way beyond your imagination. Jiang Chuanqiu said with his mouth full of spittle. He was afraid that if he did not display a bit of his strength, it would not be enough to show that he was strong enough to be Long Fei. As soon as the words left his mouth, the people of the Great Sun Realm began to laugh. Immediately, Jiang Chuanqiu was stunned. No matter how agitated he was, he knew that the current situation was completely different from what he'd imagined. You all, what do you mean by this? Jiang Chuanqiu was stunned. He didn't understand the crowd's attitude. Jiang Chuanqiu was stunned. He didn't understand the crowd's attitude. This scene had already been filtered out thousands, tens of thousands of times in his mind. Every time, He even thought of how Long Fei would shout out 100 times for the entire Great Sun Realm to submit to him. At that time, he would also be the first one to seek refuge with Long Fei. As long as they were able to wipe out the all-world and cleanse the starry sky with their blood. This was the true reshuffle of 10,000 worlds. If their great young world could soar into the skies, it would become one of the top super-strong worlds. However, everything that happened before his eyes was completely different from what he imagined. It ran in the opposite direction. Completely contrary. No one showed the slightest yearning or excitement. Some of them were just mocking and despising him. What do you mean? Jiang Chunqiu, it seems like your old man is quite talented. I've given you a good name since you were born. You really do like to dream. It's still a spring and autumn dream. Ha ha ha, he still doesn't know that he's about to die, yet he's still pretending to be powerful in front of us. He truly doesn't know what it means. Immediately, the people of the Great Sun Realm opened their mouths and spoke. His gaze was filled with pity and ridicule, as if he was looking at a clown. The smile on Jiang Chunqiu's face immediately gathered together as his heart sank. Master God of Boundary, is this what you mean as well? Jiang Chunqiu asked. His words were incomparably cold. Jiang Chunqiu, if you can still turn your head right now and abandon the dark and light to stand by our side, we can give you a chance of survival on behalf of the goddess. Otherwise, you will be directly expelled from the Great Yang World. In the future, you will have nothing to do with the Great Yang World. Now, tell this king your choice. The Great Yang God of Boundary pretended to be deep. Jiang Chunqiu's expression darkened in an instant. He knew that the Great Yang God of Boundary had made its decision. Otherwise, these people would absolutely not dare be so arrogant. This was simply an arrogant competition, without restraint. In that moment, Jiang Chunqiu's heart was full of bitterness. Chaos. Puff. Suddenly, Jiang Chunqiu spat out a mouthful of blood from his heart, his entire body looking extremely ghastly. Ha ha ha, your father's heart is wholeheartedly set on the Great Sun World. In the end, this is how you treat Laozi. I'm so king blind. Jiang Chunqiu laughed bitterly as tears streamed down his face. He used all of his effort to act like a slave and follow Long Fei around. All he wanted was a gamble, and not a single one of them had come for the Great Yang World. But in the end, it was the betrayal of his loved ones. The Great Yang World didn't take him seriously at all. He had even been treated as a clown now, wantonly insulting him. Think of all his pains as worthless. What was even more terrifying was that he knew clearly what would happen if he were to reject Long Fei. Long Fei had already wanted to go on a conquest of 10,000 realms and 10,000 lands of the 9 heavens. Regarding Long Fei's strength, he believed that these were not empty words. As long as Long Fei thought about it, this so-called strong realm of the 9 heavens and 10 earth simply wasn't the same thing. Since it was the 9 heavens and 10 great earth, Long Fei would not take it to heart. Which Great Yang World? Not even a fart. It was obvious that the Great Yang World had already made its decision. He directly stood on the side of the Star Demon Realm. Would Long Fei let the Great Sun Realm go? Impossible. Thinking of this, Jiang Chunqiu's grief and indignation grew. It was also at this time that the Great Sun God of Boundary suddenly spoke. For the Great Yang World? Stop dreaming. In this airship, there must be a traitor that you want to punish. Let me tell you, your end is near. The Great Sun God of Boundary said coldly, her eyes carrying a mysterious smile. Immediately after, the Great Sun God of Boundary moved in her hand, throwing out many star stones. Ha ha, just you watch. This is the super-powerful existence you speak of. Look, what is his brother doing? Awesome. Why didn't you save his brother? The Great Sun God of Boundary laughed crazily, full of ridicule. It was also at this time that Long Fei, who was inside the flying ship, was shocked. With one step, he stepped out of the flying ship. Originally, Long Fei had witnessed everything that had happened in Jiangchuanqiu. He just didn't want to care about it at all. Long Fei did not care about the Great Sun Realm at all. His mission was to protect the Great Yang world, not to protect these people. Even if all of them were to die, Long Fei would not mind. Even to the extent where Long Fei already had the urge to kill them, sending them off with her own hands. But right now, Long Fei was only concerned about his family and friends, and wasn't in the mood to pay attention to them. However, when the great sun god of boundary, Zhongshan, threw out the stellar stone, Long Fei could no longer remain calm. Crack, crack, crack. Clenching his fists tightly, his eyes opened wide. Star Demon Realm, fuck your ancestors! In just an instant, the anger in Long Fei's heart burst forth. Incomparable rage. All the thoughts disappeared from Long Fei's mind. She only had one thought. Slaughter. It was no longer important for him to retreat. Only endless killing would be able to calm the fury in his heart. Shwa shwa shwa. One figure after another exited the aircraft. The Thousand God of Boundary were also fully equipped and ready to go. They were all ready to fight. The great Yang God of Boundary could no longer remain calm. His footsteps were out of control as he retreated. As for those who had mocked and ridiculed Jiangchuanqiu, all of their faces turned pale. The aura being emitted by Long Fei was simply too terrifying, and just this aura was enough to nearly collapse them. Puff puff puff. It was just an instant, but a few people could no longer withstand the killing intent emit from Long Fei's body, and as if they had gone insane, they instantly collapsed onto the ground. A single glance was enough to tell that he had suffered a grievous soul injury. It was a fate worse than death. In fact, if it was not treated in time, there would be no escape for all. At this moment, the loneliness on Jiang Chuanqiu's face had also disappeared. The choice of the great Yang world was already clear. Rather than placing it on their bodies and allowing the great Yang world to continue to sink, it would be better to leave it to him and follow Long Fei to carve a path of blood for them. Without a word, he directly stood behind Long Fei. This was equivalent to him making his own choice, and at this time Long Fei was still silent. His eyes were fixed on the stellar stone. When he saw his brothers heavily injured, Long Fei's eyes turned red. Seeing Hong Yi being suppressed by the stars and being tortured to the point that his life was worse than death, Long Fei's mind had already become numb. Rumble. The stars that filled the sky began to rumble, also starting to emit from Long Fei's killing intent. At this moment, another piece of the void exploded with a loud bang. The image on top of it was only a dot. He was invincible. It was the scene of little unrivaled being burned by the endless flames of the stars. At this moment, Long Fei instantly blew up. F. My son! Long Fei roared. This scene immediately made Long Fei lose all ability to defend. His brother was all he had, his son was his life. It was worse than taking his life. Thus, in this instant, Long Fei abruptly erupted forth. Kill! Long Fei's figure instantly blurred. Long Fei's figure instantly blurred. The word kill was enough to determine everything. Boom! A long sword immediately appeared in Long Fei's hand, an endless aura of primal chaos surging above it. With a single sword move, he would devour the heavens and the earth, and perish into nothingness. Rumble. As the sword slashed down, all living things withered before the great sun realm. Countless people from the great Yang world were killed by Long Fei. In the blink of an eye, the entire great Yang world was transformed into a sea of blood. The great sun god of Boundary's face was extremely ugly. More importantly, he was afraid. His face was extremely gloomy. Go up for me. I'll open the spatial passageway right now. As long as I transmit the news to the Star Demon Realm, there will be experts who will come when the time comes. They can't escape. the great Yang god of boundary said, pretending to be calm. It seemed to be extremely stable, but in reality, it was a flustered comparison. Under his orders, people from the great sun world stepped out. Panic was written all over his face. Extreme unwillingness. However, there was no other way. They were people of the great Yang world, and the words of the god of boundary were simply orders. Otherwise, it would also be difficult to escape death. Long Fei, stop struggling so much. Our Lord God of Boundary has already opened the spatial tunnel, and at that time, the powerhouse of the Star Demon realm will descend. If I were you, I would run right now. I can live for a few more days. Right, I advise you to surrender as soon as possible. You are not a match for the Star Demon realm at all. The great Sun realm disciple said. Words assaulted the heart. Naturally, they could also tell that Long Fei's condition wasn't right, and they were extremely crazed. Therefore, he wanted Long Fei to be completely lost. In the air, the thousand god of boundary also had a face full of worry. Master, what's wrong? It can't be that I have a chi deviation. Fire attacks the heart, extreme anger. I feel that the Lord has already gone berserk and won't be able to hear any of the sounds he makes. Then what should we do? Wouldn't that be very dangerous? If the people from the Star Demon realm truly came. Several people said worriedly. No need. Right now, my lord has yet to go berserk. He's already decided to kill. Only by killing can you quell the anger of an adult. Jiang Chuanxiu said. It was as if he had transformed into a different person, incomparably calm and tranquil. Compared to before, it was like a completely different person. The crowd of God of Boundary looked at each other and knew that such a change in Jiang Chunqiu was not out of the ordinary. Because being abandoned by a whole world, if he still could not make any changes, then this kind of person was not worthy to follow Long Fei. However, they still maintained their suspicion towards Jiang Chuanxiu's words, as they all looked at Long Fei with their eyes. As long as there was even the slightest bit of inconvenience from Long Fei, they would immediately make their move. At this time, Long Fei's scarlet eyes directly looked at the great Sun Realm person in the sky. Struggling? Died? Star Demon Realm? Ha ha ha, the ones who deserve to die are you too. A arrogant and hypocritical fellow who thinks himself to be above all others. Die. Long Fei's killing intent soared as he felt extreme pain and hatred. The three words, Star Demon Realm, became a blade in Long Fei's heart. He felt as if he had a lump in his throat. This was already a death grudge. So much so that even this kind of hatred existed when compared to the Emperor Xian back then. Had already tossed all of this to the back of his mind. What he wanted to do was to flip Star Demon Realm. He had completely wiped out everything in front of him. Swish. Long Fei slashed out again. The sword's killing intent overflowed into the heavens. The faces of the people from the great sun world changed drastically. No! Run! This strike is definitely not one that we can defend against. He has already gone berserk. Quick, run! The moment the sword light appeared, these people were immediately scared out of their wit. He turned around and was about to escape. But it was too late. Long Fei in this state would definitely kill. The sword was now filled with rage, and the sword pierced through the heavens to kill. This sword strike carried the anger in Long Fei's heart and inherited the hatred in Long Fei's heart. Only killing could make Long Fei feel a little at peace. Boom! The slaughter of the sword had been carried out without the slightest surprise. And Long Fei's footsteps did not pause at all as he continued forward step by step. With every step, hundreds of thousands of people were killed. In the blink of an eye, the entire Great Sun Realm had been massacred. At this moment, the people of the Great Sun Realm finally realized just how strong Long Fei was. Especially the great Yang world's powerhouse who had participated in slandering Jiang Chuanxiu under the deity statue earlier. He felt even more regretful. Spring and autumn, you and the goddess have a relationship. The goddess looked down upon you from the past, killing her way out. Could it be that you have the heart to bear watching her painstakingly walk out and kill all of our great young world? That's right. Spring and autumn, quickly begged the adult. We know we're in the wrong. As long as you ask for it, our great young world will be your most loyal slave. Suddenly, a few people spoke up. There was hope and indifference in his eyes. It was as if Jiang Chunqiu would agree to their request at this time. As for Long Fei, the only remaining reason he had left was also enough to cause his movements to falter. Long Fei turned around and looked at Jiang Chunqiu. However, Jiang Chunqiu acted as if he hadn't heard him and ridiculed him with the corners of his mouth. 1 breath, 2 breaths. After 3 breaths of time, Jiang Chunqiu still hadn't spoken. As for Long Fei, his eyes also revealed a little ridicule, and a voice that was almost hoarse, as though pig iron was rubbing against it, came out from his throat. It seems that you are the ones who should be abandoned. Initially, you all had the chance to enjoy the glory under the starry sky. However, death is your home now. Long Fei was very satisfied in his heart. There were some lines that could not be touched. The people of the Great Sun Realm had obviously touched the reverse scale in Long Fei's heart. They must die. If Jiang Chunqiu spoke, Long Fei would stop. However, in the future, it would no longer have anything to do with the Great Sun Realm. Even if it was for the mission, Long Fei would at most protect the Great Sun Realm. But now, Jiang Chunqiu had made his choice and completely ignored it. This choice made Long Fei extremely satisfied. In that moment, Long Fei made his move once again. Like a killing machine, death god. In the blink of an eye, the entire great Yang world burst out with one miserable shriek after another. The entire city was destroyed. And the entire process did not even take longer than the time it took to breathe. But Long Fei's footsteps did not stop at all, and he walked over step by step. Because the great Yang god of boundary was right in front of them. At this time, the great Yang god of boundary had a face full of panic, and could no longer suppress the fear in his heart. Open it! Open it for me! Space passageway, open! Ah, hurry and open it! The great Yang god of boundary screamed loudly, his eyes filled with panic. It wasn't a pity for him to sacrifice a powerhouse from one of the realms. As long as he could escape, then in the future, the Great Yang world would still be the Great Yang world. However, he had never expected that Long Fei's strength had long ago exceeded his knowledge. These people could not stop Long Fei at all. More people? To him, this was simply a joke. Run! Aren't the people from the Star Demon realm coming? Am I still waiting here? Just open it. Long Fei said. He was extremely gloomy. The overflowing killing intent gathered on Long Fei's body, and within his eyes, he looked like a pair of sharp blades. The overflowing killing intent gathered on Long Fei's body, and within his eyes, he looked like a pair of sharp blades. And the great sun god of boundary, at this moment, had also stopped moving its hands. It was simply unable to withstand the pressure of Long Fei's aura. No, don't kill me, Long Fei. I was wrong, I am just a dog. Spring and autumn, I beg you, open your mouth and beg Lord Long Fei, I don't want to die. I can give you the position of the god of boundary. As long as you open your mouth, the Lord will let me go. The great Yang god of boundary begged for mercy crazily, without any dignity for powerhouse. God of boundary, it was simply a fart. Everything had been set in stone the moment he decided to stand opposite of Long Fei. There was no way out for him. But at this moment, Jiang Chunqiu still didn't have the slightest reaction. There was not the slightest ripple. He didn't listen to a single word of Zhongshan's. Zhongshan was greatly disappointed. Clenching his teeth, he looked at Long Fei with extreme unwillingness, then at the spatial passageway that had already been sealed. His face was ashen. Don't force me, don't force me. Zhongshan gritted his teeth and said bitterly. Force you? Zhongshan, do you still not understand? All of this is your own fault. Originally, my great sun world would have had another scene, but all of this ended up in your hands. You will never know how powerful an adult is. At this time, Jiang Chuanxiu said with a cold expression. He never would have thought that the thing that would enrage Long Fei would actually be his own world. However, there was no turning back the tide. Long Fei's blood was even stimulated. It could be seen that the severity of the matter was beyond his imagination. At this time, Zhongshan still dared to come out and provoke him. He was simply courting death. If it was just a simple choice, she would even plead for Long Fei to let the people of the Great Yang World go. But now, Zhongshan was courting death by using Long Fei's brothers and sons to provoke him. This was pure suicide. He was always provoking others on the verge of death. There was no room for negotiation at all. I already told you, don't force me. But at this moment, Jiang Chunqiu suddenly shouted loudly. Long Fei, you think you're awesome? To tell you the truth, the Star Demon Realm has already laid down a life and death array. In the end, he's just a trash who can't even protect his own brothers and sons. He can only act arrogantly in front of us. You're really awesome. If you have the guts, go to the Star Demon Realm? If you have the guts, I'll watch you destroy the Star Demon Realm. If you can do it, I'll take off your head and use it as your chamber pot. Zhongshan said angrily. It was as if nothing mattered anymore, as if life and death were already at stake. It was like using one's life to imitate something, all sorts of ways to seek one's own death. Long Fei's scarlet eyes also turned slightly at this moment. He looked towards Zhongshan. Boom! A boundless killing intent soared to the sky, like a deathly gaze. Zhongshan's body sank, directly kneeling in the air. Crack! 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 The bones of Zhongshan's entire body began to crack irreversibly. Force you? With such a powerful existence like you, is there a need to force yourself? If I want to kill you, it would be a waste to even try. Long Fei said coldly. After he finished speaking, the killing intent all over Long Fei's body condensed into a single point. As he strolled in the air, waves after waves of killing intent moved rhythmically, like waves in the deep sea, annihilating the void. Rumble! With a flash of killing intent, Zhongshan's body once again sunk to the bottom. Almost prostrate. Endless humility. Long Fei, you are going too far. You force me. If that's the case, then don't think about anyone else. Power of the goddess, explode. Zhongshan was endlessly humiliated. A vicious expression flashed across his angry face as he suddenly shouted. And it was also at this moment that 30,000 meters of profound light suddenly exploded out of his chest. Long Fei slightly paused. Not good, my lord. This dog thief used his own life force to summon the power of the goddess. Jiang Chunqiu suddenly shouted loudly at this moment. It was as if the power of this goddess was extremely terrifying. Long Fei squinted, turned his hands, and suddenly shot towards the Great Yang World's goddess. This was because the power of the goddess came from this. And at the moment when Long Fei made his move, the goddess statue also started to crack inch by inch. Then, an endless divine light sprinkled down. It illuminated the empty space. Rumble! The statue exploded, and all of Zhongshan's strength was absorbed. The entire statue became more and more like a shadow formed from energy. The world was independent and incomparably glorious, but Long Fei would never stop. So what if she was beautiful? Even if it was the goddess of the starry sky, would not be moved by the peerless heavens and earth. If anyone tried to stop him, he would be the enemy. Boom! A punch blasted out, an incomparably vast killing intent, like a blade directly slicing through space. At this moment, the goddess also suddenly struck out. Rumble! Rumble! Bang! 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 Long Fei's figure also instantly submerged within this berserk energy, and the entire space seemed to explode unceasingly. Ha ha, die awesome? No matter how amazing he is. So what if I use the power of the god of boundary? I'm still alive and well. You will eventually die under the power of the goddess. The great sun god of boundary laughed. Incomparable savagery and madness. In the distant sky, Jiang Chunqiu had a worried expression. 1,000 god of boundaries were unable to restrain the worry in their hearts, and all of them gathered together. What's going on? What power is this? Why is it so violent? Lord Lien. No one dared to speculate as worry filled their faces. This is the power of my great sun realm's goddess, a power that she left behind for the great sun realm to protect themselves with. It's incredibly powerful. Rumor has it that this power is comparable to the noble realm's invincible powerhouse. Sir, Jiang Chuanxiu wanted to say something, but hesitated. His eyes were glued to the center of the explosion of power. With that said, all the god of boundary became worried. Haha, don't be delusional. He's dead for sure. This power of the goddess, even the god of boundary of the 10 great earth realms couldn't withstand it. One Long Fei. It's nothing. Haha. The great young god of boundary laughed crazily. But right at this moment, the door to the spatial passageway suddenly swung open. Joy appeared in the great sun god of boundary's eyes, and it became even more berserk. Ha ha ha, the spatial passageway has opened. Your father has won. Ha ha, I never would have thought that a traitor would die in my hands. From now on, Laozi is the overlord of the super-powerful world. Jiang Chunqiu, did you see that? I am the overlord. The great young god of boundary laughed crazily. It was as if everything was within his calculations. Immediately afterwards, the great young god of boundary took a step forward, and was about to enter the spatial passageway. However, a cold voice suddenly sounded. You're celebrating too early? This power isn't bad, but it's nothing more than that. As for you, you've always been a clown in my eyes. Now, after the performance, you can die too. Long Fei's voice shook the void. He took one step at a time out of the center of the savagery, then slashed out with his sword and shattered the entire spatial passageway. As for the great young god of boundary, it was directly beheaded under this sword attack. You're tuning in to the Phoenix Knights YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories.